All right, it's now 4 o'clock. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Before proceeding any further, I think we should recognize as a committee the events that have recently occurred with regards to the finding of the grave of 215 children at the Kamloops Indian Residential School. I think most of us recognize and have learned about the tragedy of residential schools. We've learned about Mount Elgin residential school nearby where children also died while at that school. So I think it's incumbent on us to recognize both this particular event, but the overall tragedy that that occurred in our country, and the recognition and the remembering of that is important. So if we could just maintain silence for a short period of time. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just want to point out several of my colleagues on the committee pointed this matter and made the request to me to do this today. It's always comforting to have colleagues stand with you and have a unified front on an issue like this. So I want to thank the entire committee. It certainly wasn't my idea. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for council, standing or advisory committee meetings, and information upon request. To make a request for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact pec@london.ca. First, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest from committee members? There being none, I will move on to the consent matters. I've not been alerted to any consent matters being pulled. Does anyone wish to have them pulled? You'll, of course, have an opportunity to speak to them. All right. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hillier, who is completely out of order wearing a Toronto Maple Leaf shirt. Does anyone have any comments on any of these matters? Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I just again want to commend city staff. We're seeing 100% response times within the 48-hour provincial mandates for inspections, and I know how busy they are. So great work on that. As far as statistics, as we move into comparables, because 2020 was such a one-off year, I would find it handy to include 2019 in your reports. It just kind of gives us a bit more of a ground base for kind of what's quote unquote a usual year. So I would appreciate if staff would consider that. Thanks.
Just from staff, is that possible to do that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Peter Kokoris here. Yes, that is definitely possible. The April report has been completed and sent to clerks, and if it's okay with you, we can start perhaps doing that with the May stats moving forward.
Councillor Lehman's nodding. I think that's obviously
Thank you.
Fine. Thank you very much. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to make two quick comments. The first one is on 2.2, a development on Bowler Road. I just want to thank staff for getting back to me. This is a development with some concerns on Bowler Road, safety concerns. So I appreciate them getting back to me. I know it's a consent item, and I appreciate just being able to just speak to the safety concerns of movement on Bowler Road. So thank you for that. And just a quick question for you, Mr. Chair, on 2.5, the building division report. Unbelievable to see the statistics of 85% of the residential increase in building permits over last year. And through you to staff, just wondering how staff is able to manage all this if we're you can see that we're getting the permits done, but just want to find out a little bit more about the any staff concerns in getting all this work done?
I think they're going to say they're really smart and work hard, but I'll let them answer it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're smart and we work hard. In all seriousness, thank you, Councillor Hopkins, for bringing this up. Yes, we are pushed to our limits pretty much. We are managing some vacancies currently. However, we are actively pursuing filling those vacancies. And I must say that the majority of the permits are being issued within the provincially prescribed timeframes. There are a few that have been 2 to 3 days past that deadline, but for now we're managing, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank staff and acknowledge their hard work as well. We're keeping up as best as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on any of the consent items? If not, I think it's been moved and seconded. Am I right? Yes. So I'll just call it for a vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
To the schedule, item 3.1, which is 349 Southdale Road East. There is not a staff presentation, but if there are any technical questions from the committee or for the applicant at this point in time, please go ahead. All right, let's open the public participation meeting and move on from there. I need a mover, Councillor Lewis, seconder, Councillor Hopkins. Unless there's something further, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Are there any public presentations, or does the applicant wish to speak?
Hi. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. It's Scott Allen from MHBC. I just want to confirm that you can hear me at this point.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
My apologies. I wasn't sure if I was speaking or not. We're acting on behalf of the applicant, and at this time, we'd like to express our support for the findings and recommendations of the Development Services Report prepared by Mr. Mcsula. We just wanted to confirm that we agree with the finding that this redevelopment proposal is appropriate for the site, compatible with local development context, and supports housing choice in North Longwoods. This finding is also in keeping with the commentary provided in our planning justification report. We'd also like to thank staff for their assistance with these applications, and with their approval, the applicant intends to proceed to site plan approval and is hoping to initiate site development in the fall. Thank you for your consideration, and we'll gladly answer any questions committee members may have.
Thank you very much. Questions from committee for the applicant or for staff? There being none, is somebody prepared to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Any comments or questions? There being none, I will call the vote. Oh, sorry.
I believe there's one more public person.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's another person who wishes to speak. I apologize. I thought that was it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Amini Omar is here to speak today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm very good. Sorry that I skipped over you. That's our fault. So go ahead.
That's all right. That's okay. Perfectly okay. How are you guys doing today?
I'm good. Go Habs.
That's good. Oh, I do appreciate you giving us the opportunity to voice our concerns. I have a couple here. My backyard is to the west, facing to the west. So the property, the vacant lot is right behind my backyard. And my first concern is privacy/safety. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm just and I'm writing down your questions.
Oh, okay. So I babysit my grandchildren, both of them under the age of 6. And most of the time I just let them play in the backyard unattended. So I'm very concerned now that there will be condominiums built behind my house. And right now there's just a chain link fence. It's like maybe 4 feet high, and there is a gate as well. So I'm very concerned about their safety my privacy. Most of the time, I just let them play in the backyard unattended. I was wondering what will happen with the chain link fence. Will you repair, not repair it, keep it there, or will something else will be built there?
Okay. Did you have any other concerns you wanted me to find out about?
Yes, there's also a tree. It's between the two, my backyard and the lot, and it goes right between. The chain link fence goes right in the middle of the tree, so it's mainly leaning towards the vacant land. So I was wondering, will you be cutting that down?
Okay. Is there any other concerns that
And
you
how
have?
many? And one more concern:
Sure.
How many of the trees will you be able to save?
Okay. All right. Did you want to say anything else while you had the opportunity?
That's about it.
Great. Well, I'll ask your questions. We'll try to get answers. If you stay on, you'll be able to hear that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Maybe I can go to the applicant. I hope you heard the three questions. The first was privacy and safety as between her home, which backs onto the development. The tree between her yard and the development site, there's a tree right on the property line, and she would like to know what's going to occur with that. And the last thing is, how many trees are you able to save on the site?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to the first question, there will be I believe a 1.8 meter tall woodboard fence that will be established, and that'll be addressed through site plan approval. I believe Mr. Macsula's report speaks to that. That would be, so that matter would be addressed in terms of privacy. There would also be landscaping, like tree planting as well adjacent to that fence to have additional privacy. So that matter certainly is of concern, and we'll investigate it further during site plan approval. Secondly, with respect to trees, there has been a tree preservation plan prepared, and several of the trees and the boundary trees are to be preserved. I can't speak specifically to this one, but I can speak to the fact that the trees on the kind of northern boundary, the intent is to save those. And I apologize, I don't really have the details in front of me, but that will be further investigated. And this specific tree that Miss Omar, I believe it is speaking to, we will certainly investigate that further to see if we can preserve it as well, if it happens to be not identified currently under the tree preservation plan for protection.
Okay. Does that help you?
Okay, that's absolutely, it did. Just one more question. The tree that I'm talking about between the two properties, I don't know who it belongs to, if it belongs to me or if it belongs to the property that was bought.
Yeah, I
Would
think,
you be able to tell me?
I think they will. I think they'll be able to tell you who owns the tree, and I think they'll also be able to tell you what the plans are for the tree. And you could always check with our staff or the planning committee, and we can help you with that.
Okay. And you did say there will be a 8-foot.
1.8 meters.
8.8 meters?
1.8 meters, I think, was what they said. Wooden fence.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Wooden fence.
Yep.
Okay, I'm writing all this down here. Now I have a gate. I don't know why there's a gate. I can actually literally open the gate and walk into the property. Will you be getting rid of the chain link fence?
I'll ask that, okay? Applicant, are you gonna?
Oh, okay.
I assume you would be building the wood fence inside of the chain link fence. Perhaps I'm wrong.
Mr. Chair, we can certainly
Yeah,
investigate that. I just don't think that specific detail has been evaluated yet, but whatever the most appropriate approach is, we'll take.
Okay, there will be another site plan meeting, and these things will be ironed out, but it's good you came today to mention them. Okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Have a nice evening.
You as well.
Any other public? I'm sorry, was someone speaking? No? Oh, okay. Any other participants? Okay, we'll go back to the committee then. This was moved and seconded.
Hello?
Hi, who's on the line now?
Hi, my name is Roberto Vivoda with my wife, Mu Ching. We live at 1166 Dobby.
Okay. I did not know you were going to speak, but now that you're here, it's our pleasure to hear you. So go ahead.
Thank you very much. We're having issues trying to set everything up in order to do it.
Yeah, that's okay.
Mr. Chair, it's Kathy Saunders.
Okay.
I believe these individuals are here for item 3.4, not 3.1.
Oh, okay.
So they're, I believe they're here for 16 Weathered Street North.
Okay.
If they could confirm that.
Yes.
Okay.
We're not on that item right now.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's okay. Okay, let's take one more final shot at this. Are there any other public presentations? Councillor Hopkins, was there something you wanted to say when this is done, or?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure. Are we going to be closing the public participation meeting as well?
Yep, let's do that.
Okay.
Somebody move to do that. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hillier. All in favor, we'll vote on the screen. It's a good thing we kept it open for the additional people.
Chair, in the absence of screen voting, may I vote yes, please?
Thank you. All right.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Anything further? Questions? This has been moved and seconded. Councillor Pelosa?
Hello, Mr. Chair. Thank you for recognizing me as a guest at your committee. As ward councillor for this development, haven't heard too much from the community at this point. Grateful for the resident who did take the time to call in with some concerns. Wondering, just as this is your first one of the evening, if you could just tell my resident or those on the line of, once they go through this section, like what is a site plan or how does that come back for concerns and details that will be addressed?
Yeah, I think what we'll do, we'll let that staff do that at the planning committee. I think they're probably finished now, so I think I could leave that to staff to do. Am I right? Somebody from staff going to help me? In terms of providing information to the residents about next steps, is that something that staff will be able to do?
Mr. Chair, it's Matt Feldberg speaking.
Thank you.
And through you, the councillor. So at this point, it's a rezoning, and the next step will be to receive a site plan application. I don't believe we have a public site plan or an H5 on this property, but we should be able to address most of the concerns presented by the resident. What I would encourage is they could email our general email address or call us, and they could get some more information about the file as it moves through.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for that. Just didn't want the public thinking it was one and done and they wouldn't have an opportunity to have a say. So thank you for receiving me at your committee.
Thank you. Anything further from the committee or anyone else? Okay, I'll call the vote. We did have a mover and seconder, did we not? We just closed. Okay. Mover and seconders, Councillor Lewis. I'm getting off to a bad start here, folks. I get better as evening. I'm like a comedian. I get better as my material gets better. Mayor Holder seconding.
We can only hope, Chair.
Call the vote.
I'll vote yes, thank you.
Thank you.
To 0.
Okay, I'll do better on this one. Participation meeting with regard to 1752 to 1754 Hamilton Road. We'll have to open the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Any further comments? There being none, I will call the vote.
Chair, I'll vote yes.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6.
Staff presentation.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's Larry Mottram here, and I have a short verbal presentation if you like.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is an application by Connor Wilkes on behalf of Thames Village Joint Venture Group for an amendment to the zoning bylaw at 1752-1754 Hamilton Road on the north side between Commissioners Road East and the Thames River. The request is for approval to change the zoning from a residential R114 zone to a residential R13 zone to facilitate creation of 4 single detached dwelling lots fronting on future Oriole Drive. The site that is affected by this application is approximately 0.26 hectares and is occupied by an existing single detached dwelling, which has been converted to 2 dwelling units. The subject site is part of a draft approved plan of subdivision by Thames Village Joint Venture Group that includes the vacant lands on the east side of Hamilton Road. Public road access to these lands is provided by an existing unopened road allowance known as Oriole Drive. The applicant's intent is to consolidate 1752 and 1754 Hamilton Road as a single block within the plan of subdivision as it goes through the process of final approval and registration. At that point, an application for exemption from part lot control can be considered by municipal council to allow for creation of the 4 single detached dwelling lots. The requested zoning amendment is intended to facilitate that process. The subject lands are within the neighborhood's place type in the London plan, which permits a range of uses such as single detached, semi-detached, duplex dwellings, converted dwellings, and townhouses as the main uses. The 1989 official plan land use designation is multifamily medium density residential, permitting a similar range of uses. And the policies within the London plan and the 1989 official plan include the Old Victoria community specific policies, which envision over the long-term infill and residential intensification opportunities along Hamilton Road, including small scale commercial and office-based uses. The current R114 zone permits single detached dwellings on lots having a minimum lot area of 2,000 square meters and a minimum lot frontage of 30 meters. It was applied to recognize the existing uses and the pattern of large, deep lots established years ago when this area developed as a strip of rural residential dwellings along that side of Hamilton Road. The R13 zone permits single detached dwellings on lots having a minimum lot area of 300 square meters and minimum lot frontage of 10 meters. The lots that are being proposed range from 15 to 22 meters lot frontage and approximately 645 square meters lot area, and would meet the minimum lot size regulations. In response to the notice of applications, concerns were expressed about demolishing the existing house, proposed lot size and orientation not in keeping with the character of the area, a loss of trees and privacy, and impacts from noise, lighting, and vibration from construction machinery. The proposed zoning will permit single detached dwellings, which are compatible with existing and planned residential development and are consistent with the neighborhood place type vision. The proposed lots will have frontage and access to a local street, which minimizes the number of individual accesses to Hamilton Road. And the proposed lotting pattern also mirrors the draft approved lots on the north side of Oriole Drive. As part of the detailed subdivision design and environmental impact study and tree assessment and protection plan were prepared and submitted, and recommendations have been incorporated into the subdivision engineering drawings. Tree protection fencing for the subject site has also been incorporated into the engineering drawings in order to preserve existing trees along the Hamilton Road frontage within the future road allowance and road widening block and along the southerly property boundary. The applicant has entered into a site alteration agreement with the city, and so the preliminary site grading, installation of sediment and erosion control fencing, and removal of trees and vegetation has started. Residents also expressed concerns regarding potential privacy impacts and requirements for rear yard fencing. The city does not normally impose conditions for privacy fencing between residential single detached dwellings within subdivisions. Any fencing would be initiated by the developer or by agreement between the affected property owners who would be responsible for future maintenance of the fence. Heavy vehicles and construction traffic are expected to access the site from Hamilton Road via Oriole Drive. It is the responsibility of the developer and their contractors to ensure the approved construction access routes as provided in the subdivision agreement are complied with. The developer would be liable for any damages to adjacent properties during the construction period. So in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, staff are supportive of the recommended zoning and associated holding provisions as it conforms with the London Plan and the 1989 official plan, and is consistent with the zoning that has previously been approved for the adjacent draft plan of subdivision.
Thank you very much. Just to change things a little bit, we're going to have the applicant make their presentation, then I'll let the committee make ask technical questions of both the applicant and staff so that we're covering that off before we go to the public. Is there a presentation from the applicant?
Mr. Chair, I do not have an agent for the applicant showing. I do have a member of the public in attendance.
All right. Any technical questions then just of staff? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, and through the chair to Mr. Moulton, thank you for the presentation. And a few questions I have. It's about the, I just hope I have the right application here, municipal services to the area. It's suggested that a holding provision may be applied, but I'd like to know a little bit more if the if there are municipal services that are adequate for this area. And my second question is around the open space, just wanting to know what is being done to buffer the open space to this development as well.
Go ahead.
Yes. Sure. The servicing is available. All stormwater, sanitary sewer, and municipal water is available along Hamilton Road. There is a stormwater management facility that has been constructed by the city to service this development. And the engineering drawings are currently in their second submission of review, which includes a detailed design for all of the servicing for development here, including the subject lands. The open space lands have also been considered as part of the planning for the draft plan of subdivision, and it includes the buffering for the delineation of the development limit, the identification of the environmentally significant area, and the buffer have all been included as part of the draft approved plan and as part of the zoning. So that includes lands that are just a little bit further to the east and north of the subject site that include ravine lands. And it also includes the Thames Valley pathway trail, which will run along the edge of the open space. And through this draft plan of subdivision, we're able to incorporate that pathway project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to hear from one member of the public. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sim is here in attendance.
Okay, Mr. Sim. Are you there, Mr. Sim?
Mr. Sim is on mute. We've asked him. Here he goes. He should be there now.
Mr. Sim?
Can you hear me there?
I can hear you now. This is
hello.
Phil Squire. I'm chair of the committee. So you have 5 minutes to make your presentation, starting now.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gary Sim, and my family owns the property beside 1752 Hamilton Road at 1764. My family has lived here for the last 70 years. 1752, ourselves and the lot to the south of the original 3 lots sold on this street that were sold to veterans of World War II under the VLA, Veterans Land Act, which was formerly Westminster Township. 1752, as I said, was the first home on the street, and we are opposed to its demolition and the creation of 4 lots. It should remain where it is. The streetscape does not really need to be altered. Many of the residents on the street feel the same way. I've outlined my comments further to Mr. Hilliard, Ms. Pelosa, Mr. Lewis, and some of the councilors in a little less detail about my opposition to the applicant's plan of design, among other issues. I've spoken previously with other residents of the street. I would say most of them are adamantly opposed to altering the streetscape, and again, the creation of 4 lots. Many wanted to participate, but they're either at work and kind of found this process difficult to navigate, as well did I myself, although I do appreciate you guys taking the steps to do this. You know, if I could say anything that would be the takeaway here, I'd like to see a vote of some sort amongst the neighbors and in conjunction with council, maybe put through post or at our local church here to have a further meeting about this site and what's going on the street as far as development once the stay-at-home orders have lifted. Just in regards to my family's home at 1764, it's going to be impacted by vibration. It already has been across the street and what's going on. Everybody down here has had their homes shaking. And I do realize that's, you know, part of what happens with infilling, but you know, we have a septic system, chimneys, outbuildings, and ultimately this plan is going to reduce the value of our home, create further lack of privacy, issues with lights at night, which are already happening across the road. Basically, if council were to put this application through, we'd like to see a berm with trees, something like a spruce or a juniper, put from front to back just inside the applicant's property line to allow for further privacy, as we have 3 acres and about 1,000-foot deep property. It's basically being rendered useless, which you know, more or less just because of the creation of the subdivision at the back of the property. You know, you've got a 1,000-foot property that you've got no privacy now, and due to what they're going to build with roundabouts and so forth. And we've kind of mentioned to the developer, we do want to install a fence down the property line or just inside our property line. But nobody on the street that I've spoken to thus far is happy about the plan. One thing I did want to note is that the city has lowered the road in front of our houses kind of without notice back in 2018, 2017. And right beside the applicant's front driveway, our driveway, there's an island there that's been that way for, like I say, 70 years. And the driveways dimensions are not right, and that's going to have to be corrected. So I don't know how that will affect the applicant's plan. But one of the comments that many neighbors are just a little upset about is that a lot of the trees in the front yard of 1752 have been taken out. Now, mind you, that being said, a lot of the trees have been taken down at the rear of the property, which got approval, and further in other lands that they own on the street. But the big bugaboo would be, people are saying, well, we're in a tree protection zone, and we're in as environmentally sensitive area as anybody really in London, like as much as Meadow Lily. The amount of animals and wildlife that are back here, it's tremendous, really. And so we're kind of just wondering, specifically with the trees at the front, why was the developer able to cut down these trees at the front when this plan, this file Z39414, has not been yet approved? And that was kind of just baffling to us all. And I specifically
You have
spoken to,
a minute remaining, sir.
I'm just about done. I just had spoken to one of the developer's workers, and they had flat out just told me that the developer had tried to get some of these trees out earlier without permission, without permit. And CTV has been doing a story about how, you know, we're not meeting the targets for trees. So that's kind of baffling to us. And just in conclusion, I'm just about done. Many people are pretty irate with what's gone on. You know, they worked their butts off to be outside of a 30 by 50 lot, and they've created lots here with mature trees in a large neighborhood. And, you know, now basically 2 developers are carving up the neighborhood, and people basically have just said, I'm sorry, I'm just about done. The city doesn't really care about us. They'll do what they want. We're the East End. And the neighbors on the street have had a meeting with the developers in the city in July of 2018 and have kind of said a lot of our concerns have gone unaddressed. And they're kind of left with the point of, like, what do we have to do? Go to the mediator, to an appeals board. And like my family alone, like, you know, I've tried to be respectful to the developer.
You did say, because you said you were about done, I didn't interrupt you, but your time is pretty much up. I'll give you 10 seconds, okay?
Would it be okay if I had 30 seconds more? I'm just.
Go ahead, as long as you stick to that, sir.
Yes, thank you, sir. You know, I've been trying to be respectful with the developer, but we've had constant issues with the developer sending their workers on our property the last 3 years trespassing on our yard, verbally abusing my mother, members of the family. And due to the actions of this developer, my mother was hospitalized, rendered unconscious a while back. And we're left just shaking our head at just like how they're allowed to get away with what they get away
Okay,
with.
so that
And-
is your time, sir. That
Thank
is
you
your
very
time.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public? All right, we'll need a motion to close the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Anything on that? There not being any, we will call the vote.
Chair, let me vote yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I've had my hand up here.
Okay. And, sorry,
are
what? Go ahead.
Are we just closing the public
We're
participation?
just, but we haven't done, we are, yes?
Okay, thank you.
Councillors Hopkins and Hillier, please.
I'll vote yes, it's not coming up.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. Just going to staff, there was the one question asked about the trees in front of 1752 and removal of those trees. Can you help us with that?
Certainly, Mr. Chair, it's Matt Felberg speaking. So just to highlight, this block is actually a block within an approved plan of subdivision. And once the city receives a Planning Act application, the tree protection bylaw no longer applies, and we address tree retention, protection, and preservation through the review of the application and the proposed development. So now the standards for those are informed by the bylaw in our engineering design standards on which trees are to be retained. We have an arborist who looks at the preservation studies as well. There was action that occurred prior to the site alteration agreement being signed and put over the lands, and we actually issued a stop work order to the developer. The developer at the time was then
Do we lose Mr. Felberg?
sorry about that. Somebody else was calling there for a second.
Go ahead.
So we issued a stop work order and we worked with the developer to develop a compensation plan, and then what we did then through the review of the engineering plans is we incorporated that into the overall design of the site. So at this point, any of the work that they're doing, so they've got tree protection fencing, they've got erosion sediment control measures that have all been installed under the site alteration agreement. We also have securities against that as well. So our role, or the next step for us, would be to confirm that those have been installed correctly, and any remedy would be through that site alteration agreement if there was something that needed to be addressed. I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, if you wanted us to address some of the other comments from the resident. I think there was one about.
If we could do so fairly quickly, yeah, that would be great.
Yep. There was one about the elevation of the road. I will note that we do have a project plan for Hamilton Road, for this section of Hamilton Road, to improve it from a rural to an urban cross section. And apologies, I can't recall the other matters that the resident was looking to have answered.
We'll leave it at that for now. Perhaps some of the councillors might ask. So I'll turn it over to the committee for any questions or comments. Is somebody prepared then to move the recommendation? Councillor Hopkins, are you moving it? Did you want to ask something else?
Yeah, I'd like to just make a few comments, if I may.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair. And I would like to suggest to the committee members, given the concerns that we just heard from the public and a bit of history on this property, and the fact that other residents have not been able to attend, I would suggest that a holding provision be put on for a site plan public participation meeting, because what I heard from the resident and is that a lot of these concerns can be addressed through the site plan process. But the public participation meeting will give an opportunity for the public to still be involved, to give comments and follow the site plan process. I would also encourage the applicant to meet with residents to address some of their concerns. That can also be done, but if the committee members, I'll go to the ward councillor if he would be prepared to put an H5 on this recommendation moving forward.
Who is that? Which counselor is that? I'm sorry.
That
Counselor
would
Hillier,
be-
go ahead.
Yes, I would move that. I'm just reading it over right now. I'm just wondering, I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of residents in the area, and I'm just trying to figure out a way at the end will make people happy. I'm just trying to figure this out. And I know the spacing. I'm also concerned with some of the lot sizes going into this new neighborhood. Yes, I would like to see an H5 go on this.
All right, so you're prepared to move that?
I will second
And
that.
Counselor Hopkins is going to second it.
I'm sorry I'm having really bad audio here.
That's okay. Does staff need to draft something up, or is that something that's fairly quick? That's fine, we've done that. So we have moved and seconded a holding provision to be added on as an amendment. Any questions or comments? Mayor Holder?
Yeah, thanks very much. Chair, through you to staff. I know we've got the neighbor who has expressed some deep concerns about this. Have we heard from any other of the public with regard to this this particular property? That's to staff and perhaps even to Councillor Hillier if he's heard.
I have heard from almost every neighbor along that stretch.
All right, and staff?
Yes, Mr. Chair, staff have heard from other neighbors and residents along Hamilton Road as well. And their comments and their contact information has been summarized in our report.
And what are the implications through your chair to staff to putting an H5 on what this holding provision? What you see as the outcomes there?
And that's through me, I take it, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, through you. Yeah, I thought he said through you, Chair.
All right, go ahead.
Because I only ever do that.
Oh, I know. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, the main implication is that these are single detached dwellings, which would normally not be subject to application for site plan approval. So there's the difficulty in arranging for a precondition in a holding provision for a public meeting. So that would be an issue.
Thank you, staff.
So Chair, through you.
Go ahead.
So you say that would, through you to staff, that would be an issue for the benefit of us, because it's easy for us to say, let's put a holding provision in. And often, by the way, it's a good catch-all to make sure that the appropriate dialogue with neighborhoods are considered. But what are the ultimate implications with this? It sounds like it's not something that would be typical with single-family residential units. Could you just clarify again a little more broadly what this does, should mean?
Once the subdivision plan has been registered, it will have zoning on the lots to allow for development of single detached dwellings. We do have holding provisions now that are in place for a subdivision agreement to be entered into, as well as another holding provision has been recommended, very similar to the rest of the lots in the subdivision plan, that there be water looping and a second public road access provided for the development. But because they are single detached dwellings, after the zoning is put in place, builders could apply directly to the city for their permits to build the single detached homes. There would not be a step for a site plan approval.
Thank you.
That's what I'm getting at.
Thank you. Anything further in terms of questions or comments from the committee? Councillor Lehman, go ahead. This is on the amendment, by the way. That's what we're talking about right now.
Correct. So, I'm just looking at the map and hearing staff. This area has been approved already for a subdivision. It looks like there's 3 addresses that front onto Hamilton Road. So there will be something developed here. I guess I go to the mover of the motion what is hoped to be accomplished by putting an H5 on this that can be addressed. Other than, I understand that maybe more people would have wanted to participate here, but apparently they have through their counselor. At some point, this will be developed, and I don't know how putting an H5 provision will prevent that. So I just want to know from the counselor what he hopes to achieve by this.
Okay, so that's through me. And that'll be, you do not have to answer that, Councillor Hillier. It's totally up to you, but if you'd like to answer it, go ahead.
Yep, thank you. Yes, I have heard from many of them, and many of them have not felt like they've been heard, especially regarding the site plan. And as we heard from Mr. Sims, Mr. Sim, there is some ideas that the neighbors have come forth with, but they have not been incorporated. And I'm also thinking, because of the age of the residents, a digital meeting for them is very, very difficult. And I'm trying to figure out a way of getting them. I pretty much are going to have to knock on their door and give them a sheet on how to use a phone to call in to use this system so they can participate in a meeting, because it's very overwhelming for some of them. And I know Mr. Sims' mother quite well. I know the area. She is quite upset with what's going on around her. So the hope is to have a public participation meeting with the developer for the site plan to get some provisions in place. Just something to help make it a little more appealing.
Thank you. Do you have anything else, Councillor Lehman? Comments, questions?
I apologize for not following protocol by not.
That's okay. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had just heard from staff that we cannot put an H5 on this application. So I still have concerns that there are a number of site plan issues still to be addressed by the public. And if we can make the notes that we've heard today with this recommendation going forward, and I look to the ward councillor to see if there is an opportunity for the applicant to still meet with the residents to address some of these concerns. I find it very difficult here at a public participation meeting when we do not take into account the concerns that are in this area. So we're being told that we can't put in H5. I would still support the councillor to put the H5, but it's a site plan public participation meeting. So it's just to address the concerns that we've heard here with fencing, with trees, with lighting, as this development goes forward. Staff are saying one thing. I'd like to see an opportunity for this applicant or for the residents to still be part of this process, given the concerns we've heard. I find it very difficult to just ignore them and just say, well, we've heard and we move on.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do at this point in time. We're getting into a sort of close to cross debate. I'm going to call on Mr. Yeoman and see if he can bring any suggestions to this. And Mr. Yeoman, it would be clear suggestions about what we can do and what we can't do, because frankly, there seems to be some confusion about that.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to help the committee in any way I can. So there's been a lot of really good discussion points raised tonight, a lot of really valuable input from the community as well. We're of course going to take that back and work with the applicant on a number of the issues that are raised, and they'll be captured in the minutes as well. I don't think that the H5 is an avenue that committee can explore related to this, given that the lots don't meet the test for site plan. But what I would suggest is that staff, when we bring back the holding provision removal for the H and the H100, could speak to how the matters that have been raised at the meeting have been addressed as well. So committee and council can have that information for weighing the merits of the holding provision removal as well. We'd of course encourage the public to continue to work with us and the applicant, and we'll do our best to work through these things as much as we can.
Thanks, Mr. Yeoman. Does that require any motion from council or from the committee at this point in time? Mr. Yeoman?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't believe it would, given that the holding provision removals are built into the recommendation that's before you.
Thank you. Anything further from the committee? All right, so why don't we find out, it appears there's difficulties with the H5, so I'm just gonna ask the mover seconder if you remove that motion to add the H5. Councillor.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just heard from staff. I'm glad to hear that the concerns that we've heard here tonight are going to be addressed. And again, I'd like to reiterate the importance of this applicant working with the community still.
Okay, so that's a yes. So now we'll go back to the recommendation, which I need to have that moved and seconded, I believe, at this point in time. No, it's been moved and seconded? Okay, anything further? Councillor Helmer.
Thanks very much for recognizing me, Chair. I'd say through you to the committee, we're seeing an example of the desire of people who want to live the rural lifestyle in the City of London, and they see the city encroaching up on where they live, and they don't like it very much. And I think the applicant has expressed it pretty clearly. And given what's happened with this property already, the subdivision's been approved. It's been designated in the official plan for residential. The residential is going to be built here, and I hope the applicant is listening very carefully around the buffering issues, because there's one neighbor that has a very long frontage onto this subdivision, and as much as they can, they should be buffering with landscaping and fencing so that people get a bit of respite from the new subdivision. And I'm sure that they will do that. But just across the road from this property is the urban growth boundary. Just on the other side of Commissioners Road is the urban growth boundary, and it's all designated as farmland and don't build on it. And so when we get into discussions around the urban growth boundary, I think it's important to remind ourselves that there are a lot of people in the city who want to live the rural lifestyle. They don't want to have subdivisions keep encroaching on their rural properties, and they would like the city to stay in the city. And they'd like to have their peace of mind and their quiet in the rural area. And we have a huge chunk of the city that's designated as farmland outside of the urban growth boundary, and we really need to protect that. It's too late to do that in this particular circumstance. It's already been designated for residential. Subdivision's been approved. Development's going ahead on this property, but we don't have to do that outside of the urban growth boundary. And when we get into discussions around expanding it, or contracting it, or changing it, I think we should keep the feedback from this resident in mind.
Thank you. Anything further on this matter? All right, we'll call the vote.
Thank you, Chair. I'll vote yes.
Thank you.
The vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Moving on now to item public participation meeting with regard to removing properties from the Register of Cultural Heritage Resources. Need a mover and seconder to open the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Anything further on that? I'll call the vote.
Chair, I'll vote yes.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Yes, thank you, Ogonyu Heritage Planner. During the transit project assessment process for rapid transit, potential cultural heritage resources were identified in the Cultural Heritage Screening Report. The LATCH recommended that Municipal Council add the subject properties to the Register of Cultural Heritage Resources in 2018. Since then, the subject properties, which are listed on page 143 of the printed agenda, have been evaluated using the criteria of Ontario Regulation 906, which has determined that the subject properties do not meet the criteria for designation pursuant to the Ontario Heritage Act. The subject properties should be removed from the Register of Cultural Heritage Resources. The LATCH was consulted on this recommendation at its meeting on May 12th of this year. Their recommendation supporting the staff recommendation can be found in item 4.1 of your agenda, and that's page 578. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee or public may have.
Thank you very much. Any technical questions from the committee? And I should add that the LATCH report item, sorry, what was the number? 4.3, we'll also deal with that at the same time, the LATCH recommendation. And I did find that at page actually 467. I'm not sure if it's on the added agenda, but it's at 467 of the main agenda. And the recommendation is received there. Any technical questions? All right, is somebody prepared to move the recommendation along with the latch recommendation contained in its report at paragraph 4.3?
Mr. Chair, we have some members of the public here for this
Okay,
item.
let's go ahead then.
First is Ms. Balastro.
Thank you very much. Ms. Velastro?
Hi. I haven't read the latch recommendations. I actually didn't see them here, but I just wanted to speak to this matter because I feel like a lot of these houses are being removed because they're in the way. We know that the city wants to widen Wellington Road so they can put in bus lanes. And when I look at these houses, I admire actually a lot of these houses. They're working class houses. I recognize some of them are not. I don't know about every single one of them. There's no report really for me to read on each individual building, but there are some buildings there that for someone just looking at them, they're beautiful. There's examples of them in other parts of the city, like the peaked gable, the peaked roof on some of these houses and the bungalows, but there very rarely are they examples of middle class structures that emulate ones that are more grand. And I'm always dismayed when middle class or lower income houses are not given any historical or cultural value. And I don't know what Latch said, but I do feel that these are being delisted en masse because they're in the way. And this comes down to this idea that we have to widen a road to make room for transit, when in fact we should be just narrowing traffic lanes down to one, like do so many other cities. They don't make streets bigger, they make them smaller for cars, and then they balance it out with, they make room for public transit, not the other way around. And I feel like this is being deregulated because they're in the way. And as there's no report here, there's not much I can say other than that seems to be the outstanding motive here. I recognize there's been an assessment, but a lot of that assessment is interpretative. And as someone who's familiar with that stretch of road, I see a lot of history when I look at some of those houses anyways. And I'm really disappointed that these are, unless you can tell me they're not in the way, I'm really disappointed in the way this city approaches heritage, unless they're grand. There is an example of history all through the ages, and I'll speak again when it comes to 126 Price Street. But that's why I wanted to say, I just feel there isn't really much for the public to go on with this particular report. I don't see a Latch report myself, and there's no report from the heritage planner. But
Okay, Ms. Velastro, there is a Latch report, and the Latch committee.
I haven't seen it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess it's on the first agenda. I didn't look on the first agenda.
Okay, I'm just telling you there is a lot. Can I just finish, please? There is a Latch report, and I believe Latch concurred with the decision. And it's very brief, so just so you're aware of that.
Oh, I see. Okay, so they're in support. Okay, that's fine. That's all I wanted to say, is that the overwhelming feeling I get is that these houses are in the way of something you want to do. And what you want to do is just make a 4-lane highway basically bigger rather than making it smaller for cars. And I drive a car, and I can get down to 1 lane.
Okay, we're getting you. We do understand your.
And that's okay.
We understand your point. I think you're getting to the end of your time. If there's something quick you wanted to say.
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next member of the public.
Mr. Chair, Goran Mamika.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
I don't have a comment at this time.
Okay. Next member of the public? Is
Chair,
that,
that is all we had for members of the public in attendance
okay,
for this item.
okay. Then we'll turn it over to the committee. Did I close the public participation meeting prematurely? Then we're going to close it now. Mover, please. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. You don't have to wave, Councillor Hopkins. I get the hand up is sufficient. We now close the public participation meeting. I'll turn it over to the committee. Or we're going to vote, sorry. I don't know what is going on with me tonight. I'm not on the top of my game for sure. Councillor Hopkins, you want to say about closing the public participation meeting? We're just voting on that. Once we get
I'll
that.
vote, yeah. Chair.
Thank you.
Councillor Hopkins, please.
Still waiting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
All right. You're on mute still, Councillor. No problem.
I think I know by now. Just following up on the question from Ms. Velastro about are these buildings in the way for our rapid transit system? I would like to go through you, Mr. Chair, to staff to ask that question and to also ask the question on how many properties are on the register for the cultural heritage resources as well, just to get a little bit more clarification here.
You mean in total for the city? Or?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, staff.
Thank you, and through the chair, if you'll just bear with me for one moment, I can get you the number of properties that are listed.
Through the chair, this is Jenny Dan. I can speak to the other question while Kyle is looking up that
Go
information.
ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Dan.
Absolutely, thank you. So again, through the chair, the widening of the project for the rapid transit is doing a number of things. In addition to installing improved transit, it'll also be improving critical infrastructure along the full corridors. This is one of the city's most critical arterials. And as part of that, we'll be upgrading underground infrastructure, but also improving the safety of the Wellington S-curve. So many of the impacted properties are right along the Wellington S-curve. Part of that project will straighten that curve to improve a safety component. So I think that ultimately any future works or widening of this project would have a very similar impact to many of these projects or properties.
Mr. Gagnon, do you have that number yet?
Yes, I do. Thank you for your patience. There are 2,266 heritage listed properties on the register, and that's as of the end of 2020.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hopkins?
Yes, I guess when we're ready to.
You can do your comments now. Nothing.
Yeah, I hear the concerns from the community, but I also do support this going forward. There are many on the register, and it's a good way with this transit project to be able to assess and to look at the priorities of these homes along the stretch of the corridor. So I am supportive of the motion moving forward.
Thank you. Any further comments from the committee? Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to move the staff recommendation.
All right, let's get it on the floor then. Do we have a seconder for the staff recommendation? Councillor Hopkins will second it. Go ahead, Councillor Van Holst. You wanted to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And my first question through you to our staff, when were most of these properties put on the heritage registry?
Okay, that's through me to staff. Are you able to say
Yes.
that? I know there's a lot of different properties.
Yes, and through the chair, they were generally added. There might be a few exceptions, but in 2018, the bulk of the properties.
Thank you. Councillor?
Okay, thank you. So that's interesting. So that was, we'd known that already that we were going to be doing the BRT project along here. So, okay, that's it. I noticed we've got some on the on the east side, some on the west side. Looking at them, are every one of these being removed from the registry because they're all going to be demolished?
Through me to staff.
Through the chair, not all of these properties will be demolished. These are properties that were flagged as part of the rapid transit project and subsequently evaluated and determined to not have cultural heritage value or interest. So that's what you have before you tonight. In the future, some of these properties may be demolished for infrastructure projects like rapid transit.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's great. So, and to you, you know, I'm pleased to see we're able to remove properties from the list when we're hoping to do some development. I know that in my area, Hamilton Hamilton Road, there's a number of we have a number of properties on the list, and that some of them we want to retain, and then some of them were planned for.
But I would ask, we can deal with that in another minute. Let's deal with this particular issue, which is these cultural properties.
Okay, thank you. So those are my questions about that. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chair.
Anything further from the committee? This matter is moved and seconded. I will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
We're now moving on to item 3, a public participation meeting with regard to 16 Weathered Street North. I'll ask for a mover and seconder to open the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Any questions or comments about that? I will call the vote.
Closing the vote.
Thank you. Staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I think the presentation is at page 209, am I correct? Of the added agenda?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Just for staff, committee's reference, if you're looking for it, that's where it is. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Zoning bylaw amendment application for 16 Weathered Street. Just going to slide 2 here. Subject site is on the north side of Oxford Street, east of Weathered Street. Looking at the property, the subject site is within the neighborhood place type in the London plan. It's within the low density residential designation within the 1989 official plan, and it's currently zoned with an R1-6 for single detached dwellings. Moving to the next slide. So the proposal here is for 8 townhouse units and to rezone to allow for these 8 units. And I've shown you just a site concept up on in the presentation. Further to that, I've inserted the proposed development within the context of the neighborhood, so you can see how the development is proposed to be within the neighborhood. Just moving on to the next slide. I've inserted the applicant's renderings for the front view from Weathered Street looking northeast, so you can see the proposal. Next slide. It's a front view from Weathered Street looking southeast. So I'd like to get into the policy, and I know we're running behind on time, so I'll go through this pretty quick. Looking at the PPS, the intensification through redevelopment is promoted through intensification in the official plan in London as envisioned by the PPS. Further looking at the near campus neighborhood policies in the London plan in the 1989 OP provide additional evaluative framework for all the planning applications within the near campus neighborhoods. These near campus neighborhoods policies are both in the 1989 plan and the London plan, with directing residential intensification to nodes and corridors and away from the interior of the low density residential neighborhoods. I should note that the subject site is within the older established neighborhood, which I did show you on, I think it was the second slide. It's designated and zoned low density residential to recognize the existing single detached dwelling. It is not identified as an area for intensification in the proposed form of redevelopment in the near campus neighborhoods. Quickly moving on to, we're going to be looking at use in the London plan. The London plan does encourage intensification where appropriately located and provided in a way that is sensitive to and a good fit within the existing neighborhoods. Within the neighborhood's place type along a neighborhood street, this development may be appropriate through intensification policies. However, as noted, this site lies within the near campus neighborhood area, and these intensification policies apply to protect the many areas that have already absorbed significant amount of residential intensification. Therefore, this proposed redevelopment is not appropriate and does not meet the policies in the London plan for the near campus neighborhoods. Quickly moving to the OP, the official plan 1989, the subject sites again is in low density residential designation. Proposals for residential intensification within the near campus neighborhood areas are subject to the area specific policies. And we're looking at the near campus policies again. The planning and urban design goals set out in the near campus neighborhood are intended to serve as an additional evaluative framework for all planning applications. So within the near campus neighborhood, residential intensification may be permitted within the low density residential neighborhoods, subject to the criteria that we reviewed. So looking at the criteria in the use, these policies further discourage these forms of intensification within the neighborhood campus neighborhoods, near campus neighborhoods, sorry. So these policies, the goals encourage appropriate intensification to create the balanced neighborhoods that preserve the low density residential neighborhoods. I'm just going to skip a little bit further. I'm going to quickly look at intensity and form. Looking at the London plan, as mentioned, we are within the neighborhood place types. The low-rise, low-density residential uses in the form of single detached dwellings were built in the 1950s and 60s in this neighborhood and are the dominant forms of development. The existing lot fabric in the surrounding area is also characterized as relatively large lots with significant lot depths. This proposal, although conforms to the height policy in the London plan, does come with introducing a new form of development within the existing context, which does not have any special attributes or is not unique within the context of the area to warrant the proposed redevelopment with the form and intensity. The requested redevelopment is not an appropriate level of intensification within the near campus neighborhoods. Continuing with the 1989 official plan, looking at intensity and form, I'll go through this quick. We've looked at these policies and come to a conclusion that the proposed redevelopment would also introduce undesirable changes in the character and amenity of the streetscapes and the neighborhood. I'm going to continue just quickly to the recommendation, but I do want to note there was quite a few neighborhood responses for this application. Concern for density, traffic, safety, student housing, privacy was a big one. So those are the neighborhood concerns, the main ones that came in. So just moving forward with the recommendation, we are recommending a refusal for this application. It does not meet the PPS, the provincial policy statement. The proposed rezoning to permit the requested development does not conform to the enforced policies of the 1989 official plan or London plan. Proposed rezoning to permit the requested redevelopment within close proximity to Fanshawe in the near campus neighborhood area with the proposed intensity and form is not appropriate and is not good planning. And lastly, the subject site does not have any special attributes or is not unique within the context of this area to warrant the proposed redevelopment with the form and intensity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as I indicated, we'll go to the applicant, let them present, and then we'll do technical questions. So the applicant, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chair, it's Matt Campbell from Zelenka Priamo. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So again, Matt Campbell with Zelenka Priamo here with the applicant, Phil Patton. Committee, what you have in front of you here is really boils down to interpretation of policies. Obviously, You've heard the city's position, and we don't agree with that position. And we don't agree for two principal reasons. I believe the last point mentioned by Ms. Riley there was that this site doesn't have any special attributes. Well, we contend that it does have special attributes and is unique in its context in the site. And when we're talking about the near campus neighborhood policies, there are 2 points that I'd really like to bring up for committee to consider. One is that the site is in fact unique, and 2 is that it is not located in the interior of the neighborhood. And those are the 2 key points that really that planning committee should be mindful of when making a decision on this application this evening. When we look at 16 Weathered Street, it is a very, very large lot. If you can look at the air photo, there is a huge backyard area that is not being used. This is an excellent site for appropriate redevelopment and appropriate intensification. So the reason why it is unique, not only because it's a large site, but also because of its location, is literally a stone's throw away from Oxford Street. Those properties that front onto Oxford Street, those will be redeveloped under the policies of the London Plan for apartment buildings and mixed-use buildings of up to 6 stories in height. We have received correspondence from the owner of 1160, that's the corner property, for a development proposal for a 5-story apartment building. When we look at the context of that site versus 16 Weathered Street, again, it really emphasizes the fact that perhaps there could be a transition of uses here going further north to the interior of the neighborhood. When we're looking at those building heights, it really doesn't make sense to leave this relatively large property with 1 unit on it. I hope Planning Committee was provided with the letters that were sent in just this morning. There were approximately 17 letters from the public that were in support of this application. And I'll leave it with Planning Committee to review those as well. The other point that I really wanted to make with the site is that it is not in the interior of the neighborhood. This is on just the edge, the periphery of the neighborhood, not the interior. If this property was 15, 30, 25 meters further north, I don't think we would be having this conversation today, but it's right on the edge, and it certainly warrants consideration, especially when we have land use policies on literally the next property to the south that would permit a 6-story building. So we provide that this redevelopment proposal for 8 2-story townhouse units is appropriate for this site. We think it makes a lot of sense. And we would ask the committee to provide a motion to recommend approval of the application, which is obviously contrary to the staff recommendation. I do have the developer, Phil Patton, available. We can answer any questions, and I'll ask if Phil would have any comments you'd like to make to Planning Committee at this time.
Go ahead. Okay, I don't think I have him, and if he doesn't have to make comments.
Okay.
He can make them
sounds
later.
good. Hello.
Oh, sorry. Are you there, Mr. Patton? Okay, I'm going to move on to the committee to ask technical questions. Technical questions only about to the applicant or the staff, our staff, please. There are none, so we'll move on to the public.
Hello.
Yes, who is this?
Hi, my name is Roberto Vaivoda in Moo. We're 1166 Afton. Oh, it's 1166 Dolby.
I'm sorry?
Oh.
What
so
street? What street did you say? Did you say Afton?
Oh, no, sorry. It's 1166 Dobby.
Bobby.
Correct. We're actually right beside the opposed or the building that's being proposed.
All right. Okay, go ahead, sir. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. So we're opposing it for the 16 Weather Street zoning amendment to be allowed for the 8-story building. For us, it took us a lot of effort and lots of tries to actually try to get a house. The reason we like this area in general was because of it's a nice, quieter family area. It's actually not right off of Oxford. It's in quite a ways. So it's in the residential, and it was a lot better for our kids, which is 2 and 4 years old. We moved here with around August the 1st. So less than 6 months, we actually received a letter from the city about the planning application. We were very sad about the news for such a larger building going in, just because the whole area around it is nothing but just small houses.
In the center.
And when we look at the aerial mapping, it actually isn't like right off of Oxford. It's actually in quite a ways,
In the center.
in the center of all of these nice small family homes, low density houses. So we were a little concerned for many different reasons, for privacy, for the backyards, being able to have our kids out for safety. With we look at the proposed building for the 2 stories, it actually looks literally right into our backyard where the kids play, right into the kids' building, like their bedrooms.
Concerned about all the.
And we're concerned about the density of people, if it's going to be more students or not.
Can I just to be clear, someone else is talking and we're sort of getting 2 voices. So it would be great if someone else wants to speak, they can speak afterwards, if that's okay.
Okay, so that was my wife.
Oh, okay.
So we had lots of different things, and we didn't know exactly everything that's going to be proposed for this, where between the 2 lots, there's just a very small chain link fencing as well. There's lots of different things that we're opposed for this being built. Do you want to speak?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Councillor. This is Mo speaking. I'm one of the partner of the neighborhood of the property, Toby Street, 1166.
Okay.
And I is speaking for the meeting for the 16 Weather Street application for 8-unit story townhouse development. I'm actually opposing it just because it's for my family and our safety concerns and privacy. And I hope that the proposal will not be able to go through. It's just that I know it's not for the commercial or business perspective, is they could probably make more money and be able to utilize the backyard for a single property. But if we come to a 8-unit property, I think that the backyard for that is actually not quite enough for the space. Plus, the whole property is in the middle, in the center of all among the low density residentials. So if they put into the 8 units townhouse and right across, right behind and moving to our backyard, it just make me and my kids will not be feeling, safe or comfortable, be able to let them go outside and play and exercise for their growing. Because, yeah, this is my concern for it. And,
Okay. Did you want to add anything else, or is that fine?
Yeah, I also very worried is my 2 kids that, the 2 and 4, we just moved in here less than a year, and we were thinking to raise them in here quietly and safe, because we just down the road to the Catholic school, primary, Blessed Sacrament, and then we were thinking about the other Catholic schools in John too. But then we were thinking to live here, like, probably until they grow up. So we were actually very sad and affected
Okay.
our living space here. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks to
you.
both of you very much. We appreciate
you.
your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's my two kids that, you know, the 2 and 4, we just moved in here less than a year, and we
Yep, I know you told us that. I think we've got what you're saying. I thought you were done. Is there something else you wanted to add?
Mr. Chair, another individual on the call was unmuted, and so
Oh.
it was a delayed, we've muted that individual.
Okay, perfect then. Okay.
We do have one more
Perfect.
individual.
Great,
Judy
thank you.
Batcher.
Go ahead.
Hi. I live at 22 Weathered Street with my husband, Jim, and he's here as well. We have a few concerns about the property. One of them is that we are right next door to that. And our backyard is, their backyard is going to be facing our backyard. So we're going to have 8 units that are going to be looking onto our backyard. And we're concerned about the noise. Once people get in there, from my understanding, it's only going to be about 5 or 6 meters from the start of the building to my property line. So of course we're worried about people in there, that these are their backyards, or if it was their front yard, either one. We've got the noise from them. If they have dogs, let's say even just half of them have dogs, then there's barking dogs, not just one that you have next door to you, but 8 or 4, or whatever it would be. We were told that there is going to be a fence between the property and some trees and that, which is good. I don't know how high the fence is going to be. We would want it high enough that, you know, people aren't able to just look over the fence and into our backyard. Things like air conditioning is going on and off times 8. You know, it just seems like a lot of people in that spot. One of the things that was brought up was the fact that it's a huge lot and there's all kinds of space in behind. But if you look at the aerial picture, all the backyards are like that in this neighborhood. That's not unique. And if this zoning goes through, then how many other people are gonna, you know, do something like that? So the other concern I had was garbage. We don't know how that's going to be handled, but I think that's the main part of it for me. You know, whatever happens, we're willing to work with the people, but if you sit, you know, asking me, do I want this or not? No. And I guess that's all I have to say.
Great. Did your husband want to add anything?
No, I think Judy covered most of it. Mostly concern is like, we've been here a long time, residents, and that is your country yard right here. I'm from a small town of Kincardine, and now my property's gone from that to like double to single and smaller, because being dwarfed. Worst part is we're going to have traffic right out. They're going to turn in right at our yard, right at where it stands now, and we don't want that. And there's so many young kids along here now, and the people speed flying by. It's like, we just want to see make sure they're safe, we're safe, and people aren't just partying and whatnot in the backyard all the time.
Yeah, there's only room for one spot, I think, for somebody to park, or maybe there is a garage there too. But you know, there's enough parking on our street as it is. Sometimes in the evening, there's 3 or 4 cars in the front of our house, and what's it going to be like when you got 8 more people in there and they've got friends over and stuff like that? So.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thank you very much for participating. We appreciate it very much. Have a really nice evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public?
Mr. Chair, I believe that is it. We're expecting a Christina, but I have a Christine on the call, and I believe Christine is here for another item. So without the last name, we're not totally sure, but I think that's it for this item.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So we'll need a motion to close the public participation meeting, moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Anything further on that? I'll open the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Questions that maybe the applicant can answer. There was some concerns from the people next door and probably from the people whose backyard also touched on the property as to privacy, fences, how they would be protected from noise from the, or anything from the new development. So maybe you could answer that.
Absolutely, through you, Mr. Chair. The comment about privacy, what I can say is that in the conceptual site plan that we prepared, and as we do with the vast majority of any intensification projects, we indicate a standard 6-foot board-on-board fence. We're happy to increase that to whatever the city will allow through site plan approval. And what I can say is that I know of 2 specific site plan applications that we've gone through just recently where the height of the fence has increased to something in the neighborhood of 8 feet or something like that. Additionally, with say an 8-foot fence, we're proposing that the vast majority of trees along that lot line, that's between 16 Weathered Street and the abutting properties to the north, are retained. And where trees can't be retained or where there isn't any sort of vegetation in that area, we're proposing to line that area with trees, maybe some columnar cedars or columnar oaks that would provide that visual buffer. In terms of noise, what I can say is this type of development, there would be noise commensurate with any standard residential use. I mean, certainly there would be noise associated with construction, but that's just a temporary thing. We're not looking at any sort of noise fence that would be required under the Ministry of Environment or anything of that nature, but there are different types of fence construction that would attenuate noise to a greater degree. Something along the lines of overlapping board fences that you can't see through at all. It's almost like a double layer of boards that would provide additional sound attenuation. That's something that can certainly be explored through the site plan approval process.
Thank you. And the other question was about garbage removal.
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair. Garbage removal, that hasn't specifically been identified at this point. We haven't gotten that far through the process. The 2 options that are available, either collection from a private service, and that would likely be taken from, say, what's called a deep well container or a MOLOC container. We haven't specified a location for that on the site. Or alternatively, it would be a standard collection service through the city. Again, I don't have a whole lot of detail to share at that time.
Thank you.
Those are the 2 options.
Thank you. Going then to the committee for questions first. All right, Councillor Helmer, questions?
Thank you. Just through the chair to planning staff. This is a wide lot, as has been pointed out by the applicant. What options outside of the rezoning would the applicant have to intensify on that lot? Could they sever it and add secondary dwelling units, for example? Like, what is permitted as things stand right now?
Go ahead, staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is Michael Tomazinski, and the councillor is exactly correct. A severance could be applied for on this property, and in fact, dividing this property into 2 lots would recreate the lot fabric that exists in the neighborhood, and of course, then secondary dwelling units would be permitted as well.
Thank you. Go ahead, councillor.
Just a brief follow-up through the chair. So if that did happen, what is the total number of units that could be built on the property, given the way the policies are now?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, it's Michael Tomazinski again. The policy would allow 2 additional dwelling units for each primary dwelling unit, so a total of 6 on this whole lot area.
Thanks. That's it for questions.
Thank you very much, councillor. Any other questions from the committee? Any Councillor Lehman, questions?
Thank you through you to staff. Can you tell me where the border of the near campus neighborhood zoning is in relation to this property?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll double check, but I believe it is 1 block over to the west, which is Clemens Street. That would be the border of the near campus neighborhoods area.
Okay, thank you. And with your permission, Chair, one
Go
further
ahead.
question. It was mentioned that the corner property on Oxford and whether would have the potential for a 5-story unit. If that was indeed the case, let's, you might not be able to answer that, I understand. If that structure is existing now, would that change your opinion of what your recommendation would be for this particular property?
You can answer that if you're able to, Mr. Thomas-Insick.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to answer that. It would not, because the policies contemplate that form of intensification along Oxford Street. They also contemplate making sure that there is a sensitive transition between the Oxford Street properties, those at the exterior and those in the interior of the neighborhood. And just while I have the mic, I just want to clarify, it's actually 2 blocks over. The near campus neighborhoods area ends at McKay, which is 2 blocks over. So I apologize for that.
Thank you for clarifying that.
No, thank you.
Questions, Councillor Van Holst?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I wanted to ask about the lot that seems to be between 16 Weathered and the corner lot. There looks like a big lot there. Is that just an empty lot? Is that the backyard of the Oxford Street property?
Mr. Chair, there is a building on that northeast corner of Oxford and Weathered Street. It is a large backyard, but right now there is a dwelling on that property.
Okay, so that I'm looking at the Google, and I can see obviously why the applicants would consider this a good location, because it's only one dwelling you'd have to tear down to be able to put up 8. And my question through you, Mr. Chair, when we went through the London plan and set the zoning, did we look at these larger lots and places where it seemed like there might be an opportunity for development, or were we looking primarily just along the corridors and deciding it that way?
Mr. Chair, it's the latter. The intent was to intensify those properties that are directly along the corridor to provide that symbiotic relationship between intensity and transit.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's my only questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Thomas-Insick, and maybe more of interest. The area that I represent in North London has at least one very large townhouse development sort of in the middle of it. And I'm just wondering, is that because it was near campus, or is it some other reason?
Mr. Chair, I've been at this position for 9 years, and I don't recall supporting a zoning bylaw amendment for a townhouse. So unfortunately, I can't picture the one that you're speaking to right now, but I know that we've had proposals for townhouses in the interior of the community, and staff recommended refusal, as did the committee, but that was some time ago.
Okay, I'll take you for a walk one night and I'll show it to you.
Looking forward to that.
Excellent. I was just hoping you might know the reason. It's obviously not crucial to the debate. Councillor Van Holst, you had some, is this a question? We're just going to finish questions first.
Yes, again, just pursuant to Councillor Helmer's comment about this being divided and made into 6 units. I wonder if staff could comment on the comparison between those 2 forms. So I suspect the 8 units might be a little better in terms of being able to access and for parking for the various residents. I know the intensification with 3 units. I've seen it in my own ward, and it's sometimes kind of awkward. Is there a comment staff could make about that? Because I think I might prefer to see the development that the applicants are suggesting to 2 of those awkward developments that I've seen again in my own ward.
Okay, so if you can, Mr. Thomas Insick, or if you wish to, it's more of a qualitative question between 2 forms of housing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what's important to note is that if that form of development was pursued, then they would have to be constructed as single detached dwellings, which is consistent with what you have on the corridor. And then through that, you can add an additional dwelling, either in the basement or another area, as well as an accessory building at the back, but they would be in the form of single detached dwellings consistent with the neighborhood. The other thing that I think is important to note, that in that form of development, the number of bedrooms would still be maximized at 5 for the entire property. So each dwelling would allow to have 5. Whereas right now, under the townhouse proposal, you can have 3 bedrooms in each of the 8 dwellings.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee before we move to debate? There being none, I'll turn to committee, see what where we are on this. Okay, before we make any motions, then go ahead, Councillor Helmer. You were first off, so we'll let you go.
Thanks. I thought I'd provide a bit of my view on this. This is a tough one for me. The policy rationale, I think, is very clear in the near campus neighborhood to discourage this kind of intensification. If it was outside of the near campus neighborhood, I think it's a good idea. And I think the application has revealed that there's a bit of a weakness in the near campus neighborhood policy framework, which is, these transitional lots that are sort of right beside along the urban corridors, like a street like Oxford Street or Adelaide Street, any of the rapid transit corridors. We could have quite tall buildings along there. So along Oxford Street, for example, it'll be between 6 and 8-story buildings. The 8 stories with the type 2 bonusing, which is under appeal right now, so we'll see where that lands. But 6 stories is the normal maximum. And we've got proposals coming in already along Oxford Street for buildings of that size. And the transition from a 8-story building down to a single family house immediately beside it is quite abrupt. And so I think as those redevelopment opportunities happen along the urban corridors, having some kind of townhouse or not single family form of development, and immediate sort of adjacent lots, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think it could make a lot of sense all along those urban corridors and the rapid transit corridors where even taller buildings are going to be allowed. So yeah, I don't think it would make sense on other streets. And so we're very fortunate to have all these place types in the London plan. The ones where I think it makes sense to have those adjacent lots a little bit more intense are along those urban corridor place types and the rapid transit corridor place types, and not any of the others. So, not if it's just a neighborhood place type. I don't think that would make sense. And the problem is that doesn't exist in the policy framework right now. And so I think the staff have made a good argument that, the application should be refused. It certainly won't prevent, the applicant from intensifying the property. If they wanted to do something else, they could sever it. They could put maybe 4 or 6 units using the additional dwelling units as a way of doing it. I do think, so what I'm saying is I think we should refuse the application or refer it and ask staff to review those policies around the near campus neighborhood when it comes to the lots that are just the ones that are adjacent to the other place types, those urban corridor place type and the rapid transit corridor place type. And then if we decide that, those lots, and not ones that are further into the neighborhood, but the ones that are up against those lots, they should be transitional. We should allow a slightly more intense form of development along there than single family houses. I think that could make sense, and then it would be supportable, within the near campus neighborhood. We did, when we last discussed the near campus neighborhood policies, we changed the boundaries quite a lot. And I wonder if we perhaps should have drawn the boundary a little bit further east of McNay, because I do think there's actually quite a different situation on Paardeberg and Rhine, which is just a little further east of here, than there is right now on Weathered or Clemens for that matter. You know, those streets are a bit different. So I would encourage colleagues to either refuse it or refer it back. The referral, I think, would take a really long time, and I'd look to see if staff want to weigh in on that, because a review of these policies is not a small thing. Even if we focus it in on just those place types, it's still a big area, and staff are very busy, so it could take a while to come back, and I'm sure the applicant would not be very happy with that kind of delay. So I think I'm probably angering everybody in saying, you know, refuse it, but also try and make it work eventually. But I do think that's the right thing to do, given the proposal and what was come up in the discussions with the community and with the applicant, who I think has done a good job of trying to accommodate a number of the concerns that came up, you know, the way they oriented the building, the way they designed it, especially for the neighbors who are immediately to the north, who we heard from. And people in the neighborhood, there's quite a few people who are supportive, partly because this specific property has been derelict and a big problem in the neighborhood for a long time. And so any kind of redevelopment seems like a great idea to a lot of people.
Thank you. Maybe I could just ask staff about the idea of a referral to review the near campus policies in the way that the councilor is saying. What kind of, just to give the committee some kind of context of how much time that would take, and not I don't want you to be overly optimistic or go out on a limb. Go ahead, Mr. Thomas Insick, could you help?
Through the chair, it's Mr. Barrett. I'll take that one. As it relates to a referral on the neighborhood, on the near campus neighborhood policies, they're very much reliant on some of the policies that unfortunately are still under appeal in the London plan. So a referral back would actually, the control on the timing on that is more on the selling out of some of these appeals. And I would anticipate that it could be a year out before we do that. What the councillors noted is that this is adjacent to a place type. It's not the corridor. It's not the fact that Oxford Street is classified as an urban corridor. It's the fact that the place type along that stretch of Oxford Street is urban corridor. So I think that's important, an important distinction that the councillor has raised. But as it would relate to a referral on this, it would be some time before we could actually get back to you on that, given the relationship between some of the NCN policies and some of the outstanding appeal matters in the London plan.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. And I really do appreciate Councillor Helmer being here and giving more insight into the challenges. And I am prepared to move the recommendation supporting the refusal of this. I think it's important to note that the applicant does have other opportunities available for some form of intensification. And the one thing I've heard tonight is that there is nothing unique, and we can probably differ on what uniqueness means, or special with this development. And so supporting the refusal, encouraging the applicant to take other opportunities that are available for intensification. But for me, when I look at this map, this is in a neighborhood. This is in a residential neighborhood. I understand the buildings fronting onto Oxford will have some form of intensification, but we're not talking about those properties. We're talking about this property that is in a residential area. The fact that the property is derelict, I would definitely encourage the applicant to do something, some form of intensification, but to continue that conversation with staff. So prepared to move the motion.
Somebody prepared to second the staff recommendation? Doesn't look so at this time. So I'm going to go to Councillor Lewis and see what he has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I will start by saying Councillor Helmer and I disagreed on a matter at Corporate Services earlier today, but tonight I actually agree with almost everything that he said. And I agree with him that we've I think with the near campus neighborhood policies, we've been maybe a little too broad. And I think that transitional development off of those intense routes is absolutely something that should be considered. With that in mind, I do hear what staff are saying about the policies that are under appeal from the London plan. But I do think that there's an opportunity for the applicant and staff to continue a discussion here and come back with something. You know, when I hear sever the lot and put in granny suites and doing the math here on the bedroom maximums, you know, we're talking about the difference between 18 bedrooms and, 15 bedrooms and 24 bedrooms. So there is an intensification difference there, but it is an intensification nonetheless. So, and I do, you know, with all due respect, disagree with Councillor Hopkins. I do think that this is an interpretation. This is an entry point into a neighborhood, yes. But it is very much a stone's throw from the transit routes on Oxford and the commercial district and everything else that's right there. I think it's an entry to a neighborhood, but I do agree with the applicant in that this is not deep into the neighborhood. This is, you know, very close to a really, really, really busy corridor in our city. So I, with that in mind, am going to see if we can move a referral back to staff to revisit this discussion with the applicant again. As we heard from the applicant's representative, you know, there's some differences in terms of their private consultant's interpretation and our staff's interpretation of a couple of the factors involved. I'd like them to take the time to talk that out and see if they can find a middle ground here, and maybe we get something back in less than a year, I hope, that can be acceptable to the neighborhood and to the applicant and achieve some intensification. So I'm going to move that referral and see if there's a seconder for that.
Okay, let's see if there's a seconder for the referral. Oh, Councillor Hilliard? Sorry, I couldn't see you with that sweater on.
Sorry, just a point of order, Mr. Chair. That's called teamwork. We're wearing the same symbol there.
Yeah, I noticed that. So it's now been seconded, so we'll have debate on the referral. And I think Councillor Lewis has explained his rationale for that. Councillor Lehman?
Yeah, thank you. I feel more comfortable with going with this approach. And I understand the comments made by Councillor Helmer and the frustration. And that's why I said, you know, with going from, you know, a higher level building allowance right into a neighborhood and with no gradual progression into there. I also heard from him the concerns of residents in his area. You know, this is a derelict building, and they would like to see something happen here to get something going. We're not far off. Like, I was surprised to hear the amount of units that would be allowed if the developer went another direction. So I think, you know, I think in this case, I'm hoping that the developer could work and maybe rejig plans with our staff that would allow some progress on this property. It is very close to Oxford Street, and potentially could be behind, you know, an 8-story high-rise or a commercial building. So I will support this referral.
Okay. Councillor Hopkins on the referral?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a quick question for you to staff. What is the difference between supporting the recommendation before us and referring back? Like, what will be different between the two?
Go ahead, Mr. Thomas-Insick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'd like to see the specifics of the referral. Is it asking the applicant to revise the proposal and then working with staff? If it's simply the same proposal, we have exhausted the discussions, and I think we've gone as far as we could in the policy interpretation. So I'd like to see some of the wording of that referral. Thank you.
Thank you for that, because I too would like maybe to go to the mover to find out what is the reason for the referral.
Okay, you're doing that through me, and I will ask Councillor Lewis if he wants to respond to that.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, I think I was pretty clear on my rationale in the beginning. yes, it would be an opportunity for the applicant to potentially revise pieces of their proposal. It's also an opportunity, you know, with all due respect to Mr. Tomazinskik, we heard two different interpretations, his and a private planner's, and I think that there's an opportunity for that discussion to continue. So I was not especially specific in the referral because I would like both parties to go back to the table and investigate further options here. There is an opportunity for intensification, and I don't want to presume what that might look like. I would like both the proponent and our staff to work together on finding a way to make that happen.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor? Councillor Hopkins, anything further?
Yeah, I'd like to get staff's response on that to the reasons for the referral that were just expressed. I am still not sure. Can we do that?
Yeah, I don't think staff should be entering into the debate about whether we should have a referral or not. I think Mr. Tomczyk's been fairly clear. Is there something you can add, Mr. Tomczyk, keeping in mind that obviously there's a difference between the role of staff and council? Or the committee, I should say.
Mr. Chair, the only thing I would add is we would endeavor to implement the council resolution and speak with the applicant and see if we can come with the meeting of the minds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Helmer, I saw you wanting to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just on the issue of the referral, I think if we don't have a review of the policies that are discouraging intensification of this kind, the answer is going to be the same from planning staff. And so I don't think a referral without a direction to review the policies and the time it's going to take to do that properly will be productive. I've talked to the applicant about what they're proposing. I've talked to planning staff about how they're reviewing the proposal. Nothing substantial is going to change, I don't think. I think people are pretty well established in their positions. So, you know, sometimes referrals make a lot of sense and people can work out some kind of difference in the proposal and it accomplishes some useful, and I just don't think that's the case right now. So if there is a referral, I think it needs to go with the policy review and be on the same timeline as the policy review, which is obviously going to be a long time for the applicant. I do think, though, the situation we're in right now, you know, one of the residents who's opposed to the development could also file their appeal with LPAT and say, you know what, I don't want any development here. And that's going to be a big delay too. And they have a staff report from the city that says all the reasons why it's not a good proposal. And, you know, I think it's better to take the time to work it out. I think the policy framework has got to be adjusted to allow for intensification on those lots that are adjacent to those specific place types, just the rapid transit place types and the urban corridor place type. And if that happens, then this kind of proposal could be supported. So I think that's the best way forward. I did send the clerk some language around the policy review, just to maybe if that's helpful, but obviously I can't move any motions at your committee.
Thank you. So if we could get that wording up, I mean, as chair, I don't think they're mutually exclusive, a referral and also a referral on the policies. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. So we could also do that. The wording is apparently up on Councillor Helmer's wording. Yeah, could you read it, please?
That the application by 2445727 Ontario Inc. Phil Patton be referred back to the Civic Administration for further discussion with the applicant and to report back at a future Planning and Environment Committee meeting. The Civic Administration be directed to review the near campus neighborhood policies for residential intensification with a focus on lots that front onto neighborhood streets but are immediately adjacent. Sorry, it cuts out. To rapid transit place types or urban corridor place types.
Okay, so we're going to have that, but we still have the referral that is on the floor. So we can certainly add that to it. My perception is that there's not going to be opposition to Councillor Helmer's motion, but the referral is still being debated at this point in time. So just so everyone's clear, the matter being asked for by Councillor Helmer is 1 year plus, I suppose, and Councillor Lewis, I suppose, if it goes away and the sides, I mean, it must be clear to the sides, if the applicant says, well, I just want exactly the same thing, it's gonna be a really short referral and come right back. So I think that's where we are, and hopefully, I'm hoping we can move along, get a long agenda and deciding on the referral, and we're gonna vote for it or not, and then also deal with Councillor Helmer's motion. Councillor Hopkins, and then Councillor Lewis.
Yeah, I'd like to go to the mover. Maybe I'd like to hear his comments first before I speak to his referral.
Okay, so just, one of the things that's happening, I mean, one of the challenges with chairing, people are sort of directing how the debate's gonna go. And I'll let you do that, Councillor Hopkins, but you've asked the mover twice, already once, to speak to his referral. Now you want him to speak to again. And I'm gonna ask Councillor Lewis, if you wanna maintain your place behind Councillor Hopkins, I'm fine with that. Are you all right speaking first?
I'm fine with responding through you, Chair, to Councillor Hopkins, because I am fine with what the clerk had up a moment ago. Now it's changed, but hopefully we can get that back up. I'm fine with the referral and including in the referral that direction to staff to review the policies with the language that Councillor Helmer's provided. I'm fine with those two things, and I am saying that I'm fine with that because I want that review of the near campus neighborhood policies to happen anyway. The way that the motion is developed, it doesn't actually prevent the applicant from meeting with staff and coming back with a revised proposal before that policy review is completed. If they want to wait for the policy review to be completed, they can do that too. So it really creates two branches in the road that the applicant can pursue, but it does provide our staff direction to start reviewing those near campus neighborhood policies. So I support that, and I'm fine with it being included as the clerk had up originally.
All right. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you for that.
Anything further? Okay, I should ask the seconder, who is Councillor Hillier. Are you okay with what Councillor Lewis said? Yes, you are. So my understanding is, and I don't see it in front of me, it has two branches to it. One's a referral of this matter, and then an ask to do the near campus neighborhoods policies. Am I right? Okay. Does anyone want that separated? All right. Anything further on that motion? All right, I'll call the vote.
Councillor Hopkins, please.
I vote yes. I lost my connection.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to item, which is a public participation meeting with regard to a demolition request for a garage on a heritage listed property at 325 Victoria Street. And we'll need to open the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Anything further on that? We'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
All right, do we have a staff?
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Laura Dent, Heritage Planner in Planning and Development. This application is a demolition request for the existing garage on the heritage designated property located at 325 Victoria Street. 325 Victoria Street is a heritage property designated pursuant to Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. The property is located on the south side of Victoria Street between Waterloo Street and Renwick Avenue. Located on the property is a primary residence along with a detached garage. The existing primary residence dates from 1930 and is a 2.5-story stucco-clad and brick building. The building is an example of period revival styles being used in the first half of the 20th century, and in this instance, reflecting the Tudor revival style. The detached one-car garage on the property appears to be original and also reflects Tudor revival styling details of the primary residence. The property owner has requested consent of municipal council to demolish the garage on the property, which will allow the construction of a new garage in an alternative location on the property and a proposal for a new rear addition. The PPS directs that significant built heritage resources be conserved. Further, the London Plan states that attributes of a heritage designated property shall not be adversely affected through alteration, removal, or demolition. The detached garage on the property at 325 Victoria Street is not mentioned or identified as a heritage attribute in the designating bylaw, and therefore does not contribute to the cultural heritage value or interest of the property. Its demolition will not adversely affect the cultural heritage value or interest of the property. It is recommended by staff that the request to demolish the detached garage at 325 Victoria Street be allowed to proceed. I should note at an earlier meeting this month on May 12th, the London Advisory Committee on Heritage supported staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have that part of the report from the Latch Committee before us today? 4.5. So we'll also be moving approval of the recommendation from Latch of item 4.5. Thank you very much. Is the applicant here?
Yes, this is Daishin Lee. I'm here with my husband, Eric Vandenstein, and we're here just to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any technical questions from the committee? All right, are there any other public participants? There being none, I will ask for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Hopkins, who's working hard tonight, moving or seconding every motion on the floor. Seconded by Councillor Lehman. All those in favor? We'll vote on screen.
The motion carries 5-0.
Committee? Is someone prepared to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Questions or comments? I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
The next matter is item 3.6, participation meeting with regard to 135 Village Walk Boulevard. I'll need a motion to open the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Anything further? I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Staff presentation, please.
Good evening. This is Leif Maitland. I just have a short verbal presentation on this one for this evening. The application in front of you right now is a site plan application, SPA 18067, and it's required as part of a holding provision H5 that's applicable to the site. What's proposed at this time is 2 commercial pads, which appear as 4 buildings due to walkway connections between them for approximately 2,000 square meters of commercial space. The site plan for reference for those following along is on page 243 of your agendas. The one important complexity worth highlighting on this is that the application at this time does not apply to the entirety of the site. And so what is currently under review is the southeast corner of this property, right at the corner of Sunningdale and Richmond, as well as a east-west vehicular and pedestrian spine that connects to Village Walk and a vehicular access to Sunningdale on the south of the property. I'm just highlighting that to characterize some of the concerns that were received between the completion of the report and tonight's meeting, which focused on the Main Street application or elements of the site. They referenced both expectations through previous planning processes and the urban design guidelines that are applicable to the site, and they relate to the creation of a Main Street character along Village Walk Boulevard from Sunningdale to Sunningdale through to up to Richmond. Those that portion of this property would be subject to a future site plan public meeting as a result of the H5. those elements, it may not be entirely clear on the site plan that's printed out, but those are currently hatched and not subject to the review at this time. So I just want to make sure that was clear before we open any conversation up. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant here? Hello?
Mr. Allen is here on behalf of the applicant.
Mr. Allen? Hello, Mr. Allen?
Mr. Allen, you're unmuted. You should be able to speak.
Okay, it doesn't appear that,
Mr. Chair, Mr. Soufan is in attendance.
okay. And Mr. Soufan can speak, hopefully.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me now?
Who is it?
Scott Allen, MHBC.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, my apologies. I don't know what happened there. So MHBC acting on behalf of the applicant, and with me today is Carlos Ramirez, actually, and he's able to respond to any specific questions relating to the project design. At this time, we'd like to simply express our support for the findings of Development Services report presented by Mr. Maitland. We also wanted to reiterate, as he did, that this proposal relates to the first phase of site development, and it's designed to comply with the applicable official plan, area plan, and zoning permissions, and the associated design guidelines. Applications for future phases will address development plans for the balance of the property, most importantly, the Village Walk Boulevard Main Street that was discussed. We'd also like to thank staff for their support through this application, and just to advise the committee that the applicant intends to proceed with site development this summer. Thank you for your consideration, and we'll gladly answer any questions committee members may have.
Thank you very much. Technical questions for staff or the applicant, please? There being none, we'll close the public participation meeting. There's no one else, I take it. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Anything further, then I will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
All right, any questions to be brought by committee? Councillor Lehman?
Thank you, Chair. The communications that we received by email and by the Urban Design Peer Review Panel touch on the concerns I have as well. The original development with the previous developer, I thought brought a unique plan to the city. This was not going to be a usual strip mall commercial development, a really interesting, cool place that I think provided a very interesting break from what we usually see. The one comment from the Urban Design Peer Review Panel is this. The panel is of the opinion that the design does not support the Main Street vision for Village Walk Boulevard per the Upper Richmond Design Guidelines and the Main Street Place type policies of the Lennon Plan as detailed in their comments below. Now, I've heard tonight that this is for only 2 pads, but at a predominant corner of the development at Richmond and Sunningdale. So I guess my question through you, Chair, neither to staff or the developer is this. Doesn't this initial design and build will not set the tone for the rest of this development? And the second question is why have they moved kind of off the look and feel that we originally envisioned for this parcel of land?
Thanks, Councillor. First, we'll go to staff, and then I'll let the applicant speak if they wish to.
Leif Maitland here. So with regards to the kind of look and feel of the Main Street, it is correct that this will not achieve that, but that's because Again, the portion of the site that is under consideration right now does not include that Main Street element. And so what we've looked for through this review and for this balance is to ensure that what's being proposed now does not preclude the remainder of the site developing in accordance with those Main Street policies, guidelines, and kind of intentions that were set out. With regards to the urban design guidelines that were set forth for the entirety of the site at the time that the Main Street guidelines were set out, any guidelines that are applicable to this portion of the site are at this time met, or with very minor tweaks will be met by the design as proposed. Thanks.
Thank you. Does the applicant wish to comment?
Briefly, Mr. Chair, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Maitland's comments. They're very accurate to our perception of phase one. The intent of this phase is to meet those existing design guidelines, fully recognizing that what would likely be phase two relating to the Main Street Village Walk Boulevard area will be looked at in much closer scrutiny and with full consideration of those design guidelines. You know, that is the Main Street component of this development, and it will have to be evaluated closely and an effort to align the design with those guidelines. Thank you.
Councillor, does that satisfy you?
Thank you. I'll just make this comment. I look to York they're a major player in the city, and I look for leadership on this. They have an opportunity to build something very special here. I understand that this is the only 2 pads, and there is an opportunity to be truer to what was originally envisioned for the rest of the development. So I encourage York, to set the example of making London a unique town with some unique commercial properties that they have the opportunity to do here.
Thank you. Further questions, comments? All right. Someone prepared to move the staff recommendation? Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by, I'll second it. Moved and seconded. Anything further? All right, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And moving on to item 3.7, which is a public participation meeting with regard to a demolition request for a heritage listed property at 126 Price Street. I will ask for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Anything further on that? Then I'll call the vote. I told you I'd get better. I'm slowly getting better. Would you say slowly? Yeah. All right.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. This is Michael Gregwall, Heritage Planner. I've got a short verbal presentation.
Thank you.
This is a demolition request for the heritage listed property at 126 Price Street. The property is located on the east side of Price Street, just south of Hamilton Road, in the area between Egerton Street and Highbury Avenue North. The dwelling on the property consists of a 1-story frame cottage that was previously clad in buff brick and is estimated to have been constructed around 1876. Written notice of intent to demolish the dwelling at 126 Price Street was submitted by the applicant on April 26, 2021. And as per section 27 of the Ontario Heritage Act, Municipal Council must respond to a notice of intent to demolish a building or structure on a heritage listed property within 60 days or the request is deemed consented. During that 60 days, the latch is consulted, and as per council policy, a public participation meeting is held. For this application, the 60-day period will expire on June 25th, 2021. With regards to consultation, the latch was consulted on the application at their last meeting held on May 12th, 2021. And I'll note that the latch did support the staff recommendation. And pursuant to council policy, property owners within a 120-meter radius were notified of the public participation meeting this evening. Staff have evaluated the property according to the criteria of Ontario Regulation 906, which is a criteria for determining cultural heritage value or interest, and determined that the property has not met the criteria for designation pursuant to Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. As a result, the staff recommendation is to consent to the demolition request and to remove the property from the Register of Cultural Heritage Resources. And I am happy to take any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you very much. And just to point out, item 4.2 in the last report, which was is the concurrence with this this recommendation, we'll also be moving and seconding it and approving it or not approving it with the staff recommendation. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Levy Leverton is in attendance.
Good evening. Did you want to speak tonight or not? You don't have to.
No, I have nothing to say. Just appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. You'll want to stay tuned and see what we say.
Yes, I will.
Any other members of the public?
Christine Fletcher or Scott is on the line.
All right, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay,
I can.
You can hear me. My name is Christine.
All right, you have 5 minutes. After
okay.
It's Christine, I'm sorry, your last name?
Scott.
All right. Thank you very much.
I own a home at 97 Smith Street, which is a listed heritage property. My other half of coming up 22 years is at 145 Price Street, which used to be an old funeral home. We had seen, we were very interested in 126 Price Street in buying it. It was where Bill and Kathy that were in there before, they sold it privately. Everything went privately. There was never a sign on the property. Levy ended up purchasing it from a woman, a realtor, and we did talk to him at that time and to see about purchasing it because we wanted to keep it its original way. And it was where the amount of money that was asked of us to pay within 2 weeks of him owning the property and nothing really done. The house was gutted when he had purchased the house. So when my other half at 145 Price Street, Bill, he had had received a letter and we feel that it should not be done. I did go around down Price Street to Holman Street. I did get 27 signatures for a no on demolition. I believe the property, for the bricks being taken off, it was a beautiful cottage home. And yes, I understand structure problems, but structure problems can be fixed. We feel there was an out if it was going to be too much problem because we were interested with it as a heritage property. The tree also in front of 126 Price Street is also a heritage tree. It's original there. It used to be a post office on Price Street. There was a doctor on Price Street. 145 Price Street was a funeral home. So it's just a shame to take a cottage home, beautiful cottage home that was there and demolish it and change the landscape of that area. As I said, we also own a home on 97 Smith Street. It's a Queen Anne cottage home. It's beautiful and it's just a no vote for us and for 27 other people from Hamilton Road to Holman Street. And if you count the amount of people, I pretty well got everybody's signature except for 2 people that rented. One couldn't speak English and the other one worked for the city and he didn't want to respond. I had talked to the guy at 128 Price Street and he was the one who, because we were interested in what was going on, and he was the one who let me know about a woman realtor. And everything just went very private. So we were interested in purchasing that property to keep it as the heritage home that it is. and the characteristics. And we had even commented that we would go to Ace Wrecking, all the different places, and try to get it back to its original state. You know, we have to stick up for these heritage homes. So I guess thank you for hearing me. And I hope you do a no vote.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
To speak to us. We appreciate it. Any other members of the public that wish to speak?
Yes, Ms. Velastro.
Ms. Velastro? Ms. Velastro?
Ms. Velastro, you're on mute. We've asked you to unmute.
I'm just here to speak on this demolition request because I'm always very disappointed when small cottages that are representative of people that came to Canada, that lived along the river. The river was the life of a lot of these small working class people that came to Canada. It's a wood structure. It's just a perfect representation of working class new Canadians set up along the river. And because they're not glamorous, they're tiny, it's wood, it's old growth forest. These should be considered valuable cultural structures because they say so much about who lived there and what these communities were like, and a lot about the river. And I'm really disappointed that they are not recommended for preservation just based on our history. And again, the same thing happened at Blackfriars, at 82 Blackfriars. That was the last standing house in that neighborhood. It saw the flood, it survived the flood, and it got demolished because there's nothing overwhelmingly special about that house, except that it was just rich with history, and same with this cottage. And I wish council would protect more of those intrinsic historical cultural values and not just on the fact that it's wood, it's small. Those are worthy of protection, so I hope you vote no as well.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public? Okay, there being none, I'll just need a motion to close the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Any comments on that? There being none, I will call the vote.
And carries 5-0.
All right, I'll turn it over to this or comments. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you for recognizing me. I do have a follow-up question for you to staff on the comments made by the public. And if we do not support the recommendation, what would be the applicant's process for appealing or just following through with a non-decision?
Thank you. Staff?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, if council were to disagree with the staff recommendation and prefer to designate the property, ultimately under the Heritage Act, for a heritage listed property, within the 60 days of property must either be designated under the Heritage Act or consented to for the demolition. So a notice of intent to designate would need to be issued prior to the expiry of the 60 days, which would be June 25th. And then along with that, a statement of cultural heritage value or interest would need to accompany the notice of intent to designate as well.
Thank you. Councillor?
Yeah, thank you for that. If I could do a follow-up, Mr. Chair,
Sure.
just to follow up with my comments. Unfortunately, I hear you know, what the community is saying and how much this building does mean to them, given that they've already gone out and petitioned as well. But the reality is that the designation is not supported by Latch, and I'm there would have to be a process and that we would not have enough time to evaluate. So I am following up on Latch's recommendation as well as staff's and supporting it moving forward.
So you're prepared to move the staff recommendation, Councillor? Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Lewis. Any further comments or questions? All right, I will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And as a with regard to 1697 Highbury Avenue North, and I will just need someone to move opening of the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Anything further? There being none, we'll call the vote.
Councillor Hillier, please. Closing the vote.
Could I get the staff presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And there is a slide presentation on page 341 of the PDF copy of the agenda.
Thank you very much.
This site is located on the west side of Highbury Avenue North, directly north of the Thames River. On the site location and context map, you can see that the two-story townhouses to the north off of Killarney Road and the two-story semi-detached dwellings to the west fronting Killarney Place, just to provide a little bit of context. In addition, these lands include part of the Thames Valley corridor. And you can also see on the map that the formal multi-use pathway system has been established to the south and east of the subject property, but we have not been able to complete it across this property and to the west on the north side of the river. I'm going to move to the next slide. The applicant originally proposed a 23-unit stacked townhouse development with a 3-story building located toward the rear of the property and a 2-story building located adjacent to Highbury Avenue North. The application was revised during the process to reverse the buildings and place the taller one adjacent to Highbury Avenue North. This also resulted in reducing the number of units to 20. In addition, the open space 5 zone line was requested to be moved further north on the site to better protect the features and functions associated with the Thames River and to keep development out of the slope hazard area. The decrease in number of units combined with the decreased development area resulted in an increase in the calculated residential density from 54 to 58 units per hectare. The application before you is a zoning bylaw amendment to change the zoning of the property from a residential R5, R6 zone to an R5, 7 special provision zone with special provisions to allow a 3rd level of stacked townhousing in the building adjacent to Highbury Avenue, as well as others to permit the development as shown. I'm now moving to the policy slides. In the London plan, the property is in the neighborhood's place type, fronts on an urban thoroughfare. In this area, that permits low-rise residential uses, including stacked townhouses, at a minimum height of 2 stories, a maximum height of 4 stories, and with the ability to bonus up to 6 stories through type 2 bonusing. There is not a bonusing request on this property. In the 1989 official plan, the property is designated low-density residential and open space, and it permits residential intensification in multiple forms, including attached dwellings and cluster housing. And generally, developments will not exceed 75 units per hectare. Area residents raised a number of concerns with this application with respect to the intensity of the development, traffic impacts, lighting, privacy, noise, and environmental protection. In the next slide, I'm going to talk about the proposed building height and development setbacks from the adjacent properties. So on this slide, you can see the area that's marked out in yellow is actually an easement that goes across from Highbury Avenue across 155 Killarney Drive, and then heads south and provides access into the natural area associated with the Thames River corridor. So just to provide some context there, you can also see that we're looking at a two-story building along the west property line with two-story semi-detached dwellings on the developed properties to the west. When we're looking at the relationship of buildings to the north, you can see that we'll have 3 stories along the the Highbury Avenue frontage with 2-story development across that walkway to the north. So the proposed development yields a density of 58 units per hectare, which is well within the maximum density of 75 units per hectare as set out in the 1989 official plan. So in terms of intensity, this development is completely reasonable. Just with respect to the relationship between the heights and the setbacks and the types of adjacent development, provided in conjunction with fencing, landscaped buffers, and other measures to be identified at the site plan stage, these heights and setbacks will mitigate impacts of privacy, lighting, and noise. On the next slide, just very briefly going to touch on traffic considerations. With respect to those, the proposed driveway is located as far north on the property as it can be. Transportation staff were specifically requested to review the public concerns raised with respect to the proximity to the bridge and the safety of vehicular turning movements into and out of this development. Transportation advised that they did not have any particular concerns, but that the driveway location and design will be addressed at the site plan approval stage. And just for the question period, we do have transportation staff available at this meeting to answer any specific questions. The last item I'm going to discuss is ecology and hazards. So the red line on the slide shows the limit of the erosion hazard, including the required 6-meter setback allowance from the top of slope within which development will not be permitted. This line was identified in the geotechnical assessment accepted by the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. The flood hazard and the required minimum 30-meter setback from the high water mark of the Thames River also lie within the identified erosion hazard area. So the development limit is determined wholly by the erosion hazard line. And the recommended zone line delineating the developable area follows this limit. There was also a tree preservation report submitted with the application. It recommended the retention of 20 trees on the site. A number of other trees were recommended to be removed. Those are primarily non-native, non-specimen trees, invasive or undesirable species, and unhealthy, dead, or severely cut back trees. 10 trees were otherwise identified for removal that are within the grading envelope of the subject site. As part of the tree preservation plan, there was a naturalization plan which would entail the planting of 32 native tree species and seedlings and seeding with native plant species within the open space area. The tree preservation report and all of its recommendations will be refined and implemented through the site plan approval process. The staff recommendation will be for approval of the requested zoning bylaw amendment, as the proposal conforms to the policies of both the London Plan and the 1989 official plan, and represents a compatible form of development at an appropriate level of intensity for the site. The recommended open space zone will also provide for the protection of ecologically significant features and prevent development within the hazard lands associated with the Thames River. It will also provide future opportunities for the city to acquire these lands and complete the multi-use pathway connection. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Mr. Campbell is speaking on behalf of the applicant.
Mr. Campbell?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me again?
I can.
Wonderful. So thank you very much to Ms. Deborah for the presentation. I don't have much to add other than the fact that we're very excited to be before Planning Committee with this application on behalf of Habitat for Humanity.
Now I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Am I back now?
Yes, you're back.
Okay, great. I was just saying we're very excited to be in front of committee. We think this is one of these feel-good projects that we're very excited to bring forward. There was the slight revision to the application, as city staff mentioned, but I believe we're coming to the table hand in hand, as we like to say. We think this is an excellent win for both Habitat for Humanity and for the community of London. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have. We also have a representative from Habitat for Humanity on the call as well. And if there's any specific questions that are more in tune with their operation, they can answer that question as well.
Thank you very much. Technical questions only from the committee? Councillor Cassidy's here also. I don't know if you have any technical questions. No. All right. We'll move on to the rest of the public.
Mr. Chair, there's no members of the public in attendance with respect to this matter.
All right. So I'll just need a motion to close the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Further, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
All right. Any questions? We'll do both at the same time. Councillor Cassidy, you're going to go ahead then. There's nothing from the committee. Proceed.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for recognizing me. I have a couple of questions. Sometimes there's a fine line between technical and other questions. So my question is about the removal of some of the invasive species. I have done guided walk tours along with Mr. Levin in this area, and he did point out that there is a little bit further to the west where there's the ungroomed trails. There's quite a lot of buckthorn further to the west, and I'm wondering if that is if there's a substantial invasion of buckthorn in this particular area. Don't know if staff know that kind of minute detail, but just curious about that.
Someone from staff can answer that.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The tree preservation report didn't deal to a great extent with other growth other than the tree species to be removed. So I personally am not aware of what the status of buckthorn on the property is.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry,
Through you.
Couldn't help you with that one.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So I'm wondering, as we move forward with naturalization in the open space area, will we be doing that? Will that be city staff doing that? Will that be the Conservation Authority? Or will it be a combination of the two?
Staff?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have not discussed the particulars of who would be doing the naturalization plan. Certainly it will form part of the tree preservation plan that will be submitted in an updated form by the applicant at the site plan stage to the city.
Perhaps I can ask the applicant then, if they have anything to say about the that part of it. Is the applicant still? Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm back on. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, the question about the naturalization, just as Ms. Deborah mentioned, we haven't gotten to the point of specific discussions with the city as to the conveyance of that land. Based on my experience with similar situations recently, it's generally been the developer's responsibility, say, to put down native seed or something to that effect before lands would be conveyed to the city for parkland purposes. So they're already in set to go for the city's use. In this case, we haven't got into those specific parkland dedications discussions. So I can't say that specifically for this property though.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. One final question to city staff through you. I understand that there's transportation staff on the call as well. So this traffic has been an issue in this area. And I'm not going to make the claim that 20 additional units is going to add to the already high volumes of traffic on Highbury. That's what Highbury is designed for, high volumes of traffic. But there is a serious speeding and racing issue in this area right now, especially because of the pandemic. It is rather close to Fanshawe Park Road. One of the concerns that was raised from area residents is accessing the site. So I'm wondering, would there be any limits on turns? Would people exiting and entering the site be only limited to a certain, like a right turn? Or would staff see having a left turn lane added at this location to allow people to access the site safely?
Staff? They did say they had transportation staff, so this one you should be good on.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Josh Gardner, transportation technologist. So yeah, the proposed density will certainly not contribute a significant volume of traffic to Highbury. Certainly we can understand that there may be concerns specifically with the left turn movement, although there is already an existing, I guess, kind of taper in this area. Typically, we address these concerns regarding access and whatnot through the site plan application process. And at that time, I believe that we would be looking for a sightline analysis and a left turn lane analysis specific for this site plan.
Okay. So just a couple of comments, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to staff through you for that. There are concerns, people that live nearby, any kind of infill development where there's already existing neighborhoods always causes some concern for people. I'm getting some hope by the fact that nobody has registered to come to this public participation meeting tonight. That's telling me that hopefully that they have received answers from staff, that they're maybe feeling a little bit better about the development. I think it's a very good use of these lands. I think staff have done a good job. I think Habitat for Humanity have brought forward a really good proposal. It's 20 units. It's quite a fairly large parcel of land when you include the natural area. And so I understand when the OS5 zone that's being proposed is eliminated from the development area, that's what brings up that units per hectare number from 50 and brings it up to 58, because we've eliminated part of the site as undevelopable. So that makes that proportion, that calculation seem higher. But the fact that we would see quite a significant portion of land set aside as open space, and then also extending that path, that recreational path will be a really, really good thing for everybody in the general area. There is a paved pathway on the south side of the river, but there's not access right now to the north side. And so having that open up, and we'll see the people that are in those existing neighborhoods now have access as this continues to develop this path system. They'll have better access to this recreational path. It's a really, I was just on it yesterday on the south side riding bikes with my sister, and it's just lovely being along there, and it is so well used. There were so many people walking, rollerblading, cycling. So to have that kind of connection on the north side of the river as well will be very, very welcome. And also I'm really glad to see Habitat for Humanity trying something different, trying a little bit more higher density kind of development to get more people housed. We know that there is a housing crisis, and now we see in London, it's at all price points. It's when we see the average house price, the way it has skyrocketed in London, we're seeing, I have nieces and nephews in their 30s who are looking to get married, looking to move out of my sister's basements and start their lives, and they can't do that right now. And this price point of affordability is necessary and needed in the North End. You see the Masonville area, the Adelaide, Fanshawe Park Road area, those retail and commercial areas. There are a lot of jobs in those areas, but they're not always necessarily high-paying jobs, and that's what the kind of affordable level of housing is designed for. People, young people looking to get out, start their lives out on their own, and they're being priced out of the market right now. So every little dent that we can make to add new units to the city and to add affordable units is welcome, and I really do think that this is a good development. I'm looking forward to seeing it progress from here. So thank you again, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak at your committee.
Okay. Any other comments? Councillor Lewis?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to move the staff recommendation, get something on the floor for us to focus the debate
someone
on.
Prepared to second that? Councillor Lehman, anything further before we vote? I just, myself, I just want to congratulate Habitat for involvement in housing when I was chair of the board of Habitat, and it's wonderful to see how the organization has grown and moving into new housing. So I'm just so pleased to see that, and it makes all the work I'm sure that Habitat's done in the past, and all the people who've contributed to Habitat, it makes them very proud, so thank you. If there's nothing further, I will just call the vote. Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Intention to do one more matter and then have a short break before we go to item 3.10. And we've been meeting now for almost 3 hours. 3.9 is a public participation meeting with regard to 1634 to 1656 Hyde Park Road and 1480 North Routledge Park and part of 1069 Gainsborough Road. So I just need someone to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. I will call the vote.
Closing.
Is there a staff presentation for this matter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no slideshow.
We love our slideshows, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is an application for a zoning bylaw amendment affecting lands at the southwest corner of Hyde Park Road and North Rutledge Park. The proposal includes the demolition of the existing commercial plaza on the site and the construction of an 8-story mixed-use apartment building, which will suitably incorporate the heritage designated property known as the Rutledge Farmhouse located at 1656 Hyde Park Road. This development is the northerly continuation of the proposed 8-story mixed-use apartment building at Hyde Park and Gainsborough, for which zoning was approved in early 2020. The proposed building will accommodate 144 residential units and almost 1,300 square meters of commercial space oriented to Hyde Park Road, with a mixed-use density of 169 units per hectare. The proposal also includes a modest relocation of the Rutledge Farmhouse closer to Hyde Park Road within the same property. The land is in the Main Street place type in the London Plan, which permits the requested uses but limits the height to 6 stories with bonusing. Since the London Plan maps are not in force and effect, these policies are informative but not determinative for the review and decision on this application. In the 1989 official plan, the lands are designated Main Street Commercial Corridor, permitting mixed-use development with a maximum density of 150 units per hectare, with the potential to bonus for additional density in exchange for certain facilities, services, and matters. Overall, the proposed 8-story apartment building implements the planned vision for the Hyde Park Village, helping to establish an appropriate form and scale of development while complementing the character of the area. The request for bonusing to increase the density from 150 units per hectare to 169 units per hectare is supported by exceptional urban design, the provision of affordable housing, and heritage conservation. With respect to design, the proposed building will integrate with the existing less intensive development in the Main Street Commercial Corridor designation, while setting a positive tone for development within the Hyde Park Village as future development and redevelopment occurs. The proposed building is located close to Hyde Park Road, creating a strong street wall and setting the context for a comfortable pedestrian environment. The building design includes stepping back above the 2-story high commercial component and again at the 7th floor to provide for a human scale. Unique window and door treatments and a range of materials, textures, and colors provide for variety and interest along the street frontage and for differentiation between the commercial and residential uses. Opportunities for outdoor space are provided through a rooftop patio and a recessed courtyard to the immediate south of the relocated heritage building. The affordable housing component includes a total of 5 one-bedroom units, some or all of which may be allocated to the previously approved development at the corner of Hyde Park and Gainsborough. These units are to be provided at rents not exceeding 80% of the average market rent at the time of building occupancy for a duration of 50 years. The conservation of the Rutledge Farmhouse is required as it is designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Heritage considerations for this site included establishing an appropriate interface so that the heritage building will appear visually separate and distinct from the scale and massing of the new building. At the same time, the new and old buildings will be linked by an appropriately scaled and designed glass structure along the North Rutledge frontage and distinguished from adjacent storefronts by a recessed courtyard facing Hyde Park Road. And at this point, I'll just refer you to the images that are on page 366 of the PDF copy of the agenda and on page 17 of the HTML version. So those drawings show the slight relocation of the building and the concepts for the linkage and the courtyard. The linkage will facilitate the proposed adaptive reuse of the building for commercial purposes, while allowing the heritage building to be highlighted as a key feature of the development. Moving the building is to be done in conjunction with the rehabilitation of the existing foundation, which needs repair to ensure the structural stability of the building into the future. All of the works associated with moving and rehabilitating the building for adaptive reuse and for maintaining the building into the future will be in accordance with the heritage easement agreement between the owner and the city. Entering into this agreement is a condition of the recommended bonus zone. Work on the building and the construction of the new apartment building will also be subject to the issuance of a heritage alteration permit that will be reviewed by Latch. The requested zone change is to add a bonus provision to the existing business district commercial zone to allow for the additional mixed-use density. The development complies with the provincial policy statement and the 1989 official plan and implements the vision for the Hyde Park Village. The staff recommendation is to approve the request with special provisions relating to building placement and parking rates consistent with the approved development to the south. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I can.
Mr. Macaulay is here on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you very much. Mr. Macaulay, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, good evening, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Ben Macaulay from Zelinka Priamo Limited, and I am the agent representing the applicant HLH Investment. I have just a brief comment. Initially, there was an application on this entire block between North Rutledge Park and Gainsborough Road, which was ultimately split into two separate applications. A zoning bylaw amendment application proceeded to committee and council early in 2020, as staff alluded to, for the south side of this block for virtually an identical proposal, and construction has begun on that portion of the site. However, the north portion of the site, which is under consideration tonight, was handled separately, primarily to address heritage comments and concerns. We are happy to share that we have come to an agreement with planning and heritage staff on how to best address the designated heritage structure on the site. And we look forward to proceeding with a subsequent site plan approval application to facilitate the remainder of the construction of the full block that will truly transform this intersection. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any technical questions for either staff or the applicant? Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to staff. I think on the parking, so just wondering, are we looking at 114 on-site parking? And I just want to confirm the parking situation.
Go ahead, staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the exact number of parking spaces escapes me, but the parking rates that we are looking at are 1 space per unit for the residential component, as well as for the commercial component, a standard rate of 1 space for every 20 square meters of gross floor area of commercial space. The philosophy that was applied to the development to the south, as well as this one, is that because of the form of development, we can expect some sharing of space to be able to occur, because we have obviously more intense requirements for residential parking in the evenings and overnight, and then more intense requirements for parking for commercial purposes during the day.
Thank you. So I think, so the question, the surface parking is more shared with the commercial, and then there's underground for residential. I just want to.
So is that a question you're asking through me?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm reading the recommendation that way.
Okay, so staff, can you just confirm that?
Yes, that would be correct.
There you go. Any other technical questions only? Okay, other public participation? There are no other public comments from what I understand. So I need a motion to close the public participation meeting, moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Nothing further, I'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Unless someone else wants to go ahead. I'll keep it going. Nobody wants to hear from Councillor or Deputy Mayor Morgan, so just do a stall.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say that I'd like to see this development get going. It's great to bring more residential down to Hyde Park, and I think we're seeing a really neat development around Hyde Park and Gainsborough to be a separate little village on its own. That's the next 5 to 8 years is going to look terrific. So I will move the staff recommendation.
And it's being seconded by Councillor Lewis. And I'll go to Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that, the reason why there aren't a lot of public comments tonight is because the developers worked very closely with myself, as well as the BIA, on both the development to the south as well as this one. I think this is an excellent development, and the developer has done a good job of engaging with the community and keeping them posted of all the steps along the way. As our staff have indicated, this is a continuation of the development to the south. They were divided so that more time could be considered on the heritage building and integrating that into the development. I think they've done a good job of this, and so I'm hoping committee can approve this, and the two developments will go well together, adding both some commercial elements as well as a residential to support that commercial into the Hyde Park Village area, with a lot of street activation opportunities coming out of this development with the frontage that they'll have to work with. I think it'll be an exciting transition of the Hyde Park corner, and we're all looking forward to seeing this happen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hopkins, comments?
Yeah, I'd like to make a few comments. I do appreciate the Deputy Mayor's comments, as well as he knows this area quite well. And I think this is such a good news story. I'm very familiar with this area. I've worked up in here for many, many years, and it is starting to become quite busy and quite developed. But I just want to make comments about the Heritage House, the Rutledge House. There's a lot of history in the Hyde Park area, and the fact that they've been able to move it and repurpose it as well, and to use it is really quite exciting. And then the affordable housing piece to this, as well as the urban design, a lot of good things happening. So I want to thank the applicant.
Any further questions, comments? We have a motion on the floor. I will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Recess after 7, perhaps till 7:15, give people a short chance to have a break. Do I need a motion for that or? Yeah, so I'm just gonna ask someone to move that. Seconded, Councilor Hopkins moved it. Nobody wants to second a 15-minute break? Thank you, Councilor Lehman. We'll call the vote. Oh, hands is fine? Okay, we'll do hand vote then. We are adjourned till 7:15. Thank you. Yes.
And we would prefer to keep.
All right, we're back at 7:15, so I'm going to call the meeting to order and proceed on to item 3.10, which is a public participation meeting with regard to 435 to 451 Rideout Street North. I will need a motion to open the public participation meeting, moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded, I think, by Councillor Lehman. It looks like they are, yes. Seconded by Councillor Lehman, and I don't know how many councillors are here. I'm just looking to see where, there's Councillor Hillier. So we do have quorum. Another leaf shirt, depressing. I will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
All right. I assume there is.
There is, Mr. Chair. This is Catherine Matten in Planning and Development. I do have slides prepared to accompany my presentation.
And they're at page, just so we are all on the same.
Yep, I believe it's page 504. Of
That's right. All right, just for the committee, we are starting with the presentation that's at page 504 of the agenda, including added. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this is an application for an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for the lands municipally addressed as 435 to 451 Rideout Street North. If we move to the second slide, the subject lands are located on the northwest corner of Rideout Street North and Queens Avenue. The site backs onto the Thames River, northeast of the Forks of the Thames, and is immediately south of Eldon House and Harris Park. The site has a total area of approximately 1.4 hectares and is developed with 3 designated heritage buildings currently used for office and commercial uses. The site is regulated by the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority and is partially located within the floodplain. Moving to the next slide. The applicant is proposing to develop the site with a new 40-story mixed-use apartment building containing 280 residential units and 6,308 square meters of commercial office space. The existing heritage buildings are proposed to be retained and will continue to be used for office and commercial purposes. 372 parking spaces are proposed in underground and surface parking facilities. And the proposed bonus zone would permit a mixed-use density of 500 units per hectare, a building height of 40 stories or 130 meters, and a setback of 14.9 meters to the residential component to the building. Next slide. These are renderings of the proposed building from various views, showing the podium, a view from the river, and an aerial view showing the full building. The tower has been located on the southerly portion of the base, providing spatial separation between the tower and Eldon House. Next slide. The subject site is in the downtown and green space place types of the London Plan, and a specific policy to the downtown place type is recommended to permit a mixed-use building with a maximum intensity of 40 stories with a Type 2 bonus zone. The subject site is designated downtown and open space in the 1989 official plan and is currently split zoned a downtown area special provision with density permissions of 300 units per hectare, a compound heritage and regional facility zone, and an open space OS4 zone. The recommended zoning bylaw amendment would rezone the small portion of the site currently zoned HER/RF to match the existing DA2 zone and would add a bonus zone to permit the proposed development. As the boundaries between place types and designations are not intended to be rigid, staff recommend the portion of the site already zoned for development be interpreted to be in the downtown place type and downtown area designation. Next slide. The downtown is intended to be the highest order mixed use activity center in the city and will permit the tallest buildings and highest densities. The downtown place type of the London Plan contemplates a standard maximum height of 20 stories or 35 stories with the type 2 bonus zone. The downtown area designation of the 1989 official plan contemplates a maximum density of 350 units per hectare and also contemplates increases beyond this limit with the bonus zone. The building design is in conformity with the London Plan, the 1989 official plan, and the downtown design manual. The urban design peer review panel supported the scale and positioning of the podium relative to the existing heritage buildings and the positioning of the tower relative to Eldon House. A shadow study was completed demonstrating minimal shadow impacts throughout the year, and an H3 holding provision is recommended to ensure a wind study is completed prior to site plan approval and that any mitigation measures are incorporated in the final design. Next slide. So as previously mentioned, a bonus zone is proposed, and the applicant is proposing a number of bonusable features in return for the requested increase in height and density. These include exceptional design, affordable housing in the form of 12 units or 5% of the total unit count, whichever is greater, at 80% average market rent for 50 years. The applicant is also proposing green building design, including LEED certification, provision of 4 levels of underground parking, of which a minimum of 100 spaces would be publicly accessible, and conservation and retention of the existing heritage buildings, including entering into a heritage easement agreement with the city, which would add an additional layer of protection for the heritage buildings on site and would be registered on title. The easement agreement would include terms and conditions agreed on by both parties and would be executed at a future site plan stage to implement the bonus zone. Next slide. The existing buildings are individually designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act and are also part of the Downtown Heritage Conservation District designated under Part 5. The site is also recognized as a National Historic Site of Canada, known as the Rideout Street Complex. Some concerns were expressed regarding the close proximity of the development to the existing heritage buildings. However, limitations of the subject lands and the prevailing high-rise environment that already exists in the downtown was also recognized. As well, efforts have been made in the design approach to be sensitive to the heritage scale and character. Significant concerns were expressed by Latch and the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario with regards to scale, design, and location of the building. Concerns were also raised by Eldon House with respect to potential risk of physical impacts to Eldon House, particularly during construction. Staff recommend a holding provision be applied requiring additional reports and studies. These reports include an arborist report, a building condition assessment, a conservation plan, and a vibration study, and would ensure the development will not negatively impact cultural heritage resources on site and adjacent to the site. Next slide. A stage 1-2 archaeological assessment was submitted with the application and recommended no further archaeological work be required. Heritage staff have confirmed that archaeological conditions are satisfied. Next slide. A portion of the building foundation and parking structure encroaches into the floodplain, and the applicant has worked with the UTRCA since 2010 to establish a development concept that aligns or closely aligns with UTRCA policy. The applicant submitted 3 applications to the UTRCA Hearings Committee, and in May of 2018, the Hearings Committee supported the 3rd and final application, subject to a series of conditions. Approval of a Section 28 permit is required from the UTRCA, which would ensure these conditions are satisfied. Approximately 0.49 hectares of land would be dedicated to the City of London to be integrated into Harris Park. The applicant would be required to work with city staff and the UTRCA through a site plan approval stage with regards to naturalization and compensation restoration on these lands. It is also recommended the applicant incorporate bird-friendly design features into the final building design. Next slide. The applicant submitted a transportation impact assessment as part of the complete application. Transportation staff have requested revisions to the TIA be made prior to site plan approval. And as such, it is recommended an H55 holding provision be applied to ensure these revisions are made. And just on to the last slide here. Staff is satisfied that the recommended amendments are consistent with the provincial policy statement and is in conformity with the London Plan, the 1989 official plan, and our Move Forward London's downtown plan. As such, it is recommended the amendments be approved, and I'm happy to answer any questions of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant present or a representative?
Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that Mr. Tillman will speak
All
next
right.
on behalf of the applicant.
All right.
Mr. Chair, is my audio coming through?
It is coming through. And welcome to the committee. We're looking forward to your presentation, and you have 5 minutes starting now.
Thank you very much. Well, I will stay within the 5 minutes because I know you'll make me stay within the 5 minutes. But
I will.
My timer going here. Well, firstly, let me just thank city staff for the report that they put together supporting the application in this development. The only correction I had to Catherine's remarks were we began in 2012 on this project with Fari Holding, a discussion with our office and Fari about the potential of the site after the city had presented some diagrams in a planning document that they had put together about investment in the downtown and what was possible. In 2013, we did meet with planning staff and the Upper Thames to talk about what were the so-called showstoppers and where did we need to go first. And at that time, we put together what we called option one. We met with, again, staff and Upper Thames and decided that meeting with Upper Thames and going through their board was going to be an important first step. In 2015, a second option was explored with city staff again in Upper Thames. And at that time, I went to UTRCA board, and that was rejected because of the amount of space that we were taking up within the floodplain. The third option was developed in 2017 that repositioned the building outside of the floodplain, and that was not getting support from city planning staff. By 2018, we had a fourth option that seemed to meet with city staff as well as UTRCA staff. And as mentioned in May of 2018, that option was presented to Upper Thames and the board approved that particular option. And that's the one you're seeing here with some adjustments made to it. In July of 2019, we had a justification report submitted and met with city staff to get forward a site plan consultation. And by December of 2019, option 4 had been revised a little bit in terms of positioning of the tower as it related to comments back from the Urban Design Review Panel. And it was then presented to Eldon House, and the tower was shifted south to be as far from Eldon House as possible, and it's presently about 76 meters or so from Eldon House. In March of 2020, we did confirm back to UTRCA that the project was still live and that was moving through the rezoning process. And in November of 2020, we responded to comments received from both Latch and Eldon House. And then in April of 2021, we responded to Development Services Heritage with the concerns that they raised. And certainly we recognize that the heritage aspects and importance of this site are critical. And we have made the commitment that we will be putting together all of the reports that Catherine has identified in the staff report. This is the kind of work that is not unfamiliar to our firm in terms of what is required, having done work recently at University College at Western, St. Joseph's Hospital, and the Heritage Chapel that's there, as well as work at 192, 194 Dundas Street. And so we take that very seriously. You know, the important point for us was that we are preserving all of the existing 3 buildings that make up the Rideout Street complex. And in fact, we'll be restoring them along with integrating them into the proposal. So this creates a very sort of unique proposal. I'm not sure that there's anything.
You have 1 minute left.
I see that. Maybe the closest thing that comes to a project like this was the Delta Armories project, but I think this one's different. And I think what makes it so unique is it is a London-made solution. This is not something that's repeatable anywhere else. I think that what's happening with the land going back to Harris Park and the opportunities of how this particular site is going to link downtown to the Thames River and vice versa is going to be something that's quite dramatic, and it will become a very sort of public space, if you will. It's a dynamic mixed-use development that I think will strengthen the downtown. It builds on the investments that have been made at downtown, as well as the fact that I think it will promote better development through design excellence. Thank you.
4 minutes and 59 seconds. Very good. Technical questions for staff or the applicant? These are technical questions only. Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, thank you. I do have a question through you to the applicant regarding the application that went to the Upper Thames Conservation Board, the fourth review. I just would like to know a little bit more about that.
Sure. It was the third review was where it was passed. The first review, the building had been positioned so that it was not abutting any of the existing heritage properties. And at that time, although we did have support from the Upper Thames staff, it was turned down at the board. There were concerns raised at that time about how would we waterproof the building. There hadn't been any discussion at that time about deeding land or giving land back to the city to complete the south end of Harris Park. When we went back the second time, we had moved the building to the south end, and it didn't seem to satisfy the issue again related to, well, how are we dealing with flood protection as well as displacement of water from putting a building in the floodplain. So in the third offering to Upper Thames, we were able to satisfy them that flood protection measures would be in place, that there would not be property damage in that regard, and that we had, through the transfer of land to city, we could do a cut and fill that dealt with the displacement of water of the parking structure sitting in the floodplain. And they were looking for a balance of a net zero gain of flood water being pushed into the rest of the city, if you will.
Thank you. Councilor?
Thank you. If I just might add, I just wanted the clarification of the hearings board approval, just to make sure I understand what the applicant is saying here.
Oh, sorry, that we have approval for the development as presented with the package that city staff have provided you. And they have section 28, if I've got my right policy in place, that there's certain matters that still have to be satisfied through the SPA process.
Thank you. Anything further in technical questions? There being none, we will move on to the public.
Mr. Chair, Alex Farrell is here.
All right. I'm sorry, Barrow or Barrow? Barrow. Mr. Barrow?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, it's Alex Farrell, F as in Frank.
Farrell. I'm sorry about that. I heard something different.
No problem.
You have 5 minutes starting now.
Thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Chair, Mayor Holder, and council members. My name is Alex Farrell. I live across the street from Bankers Row in London. I escaped downtown Toronto in 2018 to take care of my mother who has Alzheimer's and to improve my quality of life. I've lived and traveled to most of the major Canadian cities in many other parts of the world. I can honestly say that London is truly unique because of its history and its connection to nature. However, as a resident, I am very concerned about this project. We are still living in a pandemic and people are still really hurting and struggling. Many business owners, small and large, have stepped up to combat the pandemic and help the city in its time of need. As one of the city's largest property owners, how has Mr. Farrell helped the city in its time of need? Has he used temporary shelters for homeless people or essential workers with the vacant land and properties that he owns? This project does not address the homelessness of London and the exodus of tenants from its urban center over the last 20 years. It mainly benefits Mr. Fari Street to have the tallest tower in London all the way west to.
No, can I just stop you there if you don't mind? This is not an attack on a particular person or other things they may do. This is a planning application with regard to this particular development. So I've given you a little bit of leeway, but continuing personal attacks of any nature, whoever it is not something that we're going to do here.
Okay, no, thank you for letting me know. Okay, can I continue?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so for those, so while putting tremendous strain on the city's limited resources and infrastructure. To reiterate other voices, this project is a slippery slope and it will set the precedent to open up the floodgates and there will be no turning back. Mr. Fari has stated that this project will be his legacy. Londoners would then be welcome to the Fari Tower from all angles. Is this really what Londoners want to be its most recognizable monument? It will take a considerable amount of time and effort on his part. Is he biting off more than he can chew? As a professional, I am very concerned about this project as well. As a former corporate banker for large financial institutions, I've analyzed and managed billions of loans involving commercial real estate, infrastructure, structured securities, and film and television production over my 20-year career. I've also managed relationships with municipalities, universities, school boards, and hospitals. Based on extensive research, my main concern with Mr. Fari is his experience, his development experience to complete a $100 million project of this size. I would like to know what projects he has actually developed over the last 20 years from start to finish that are even close to $100 million. Fari is the interface. Being new to London, Fari is the interface of the City of London. You can see this through the many buildings and signs he has throughout the city itself. He does hold many valuable heritage properties. We all know this. This reminds me of the railroads 100 years ago and most recently Amazon. The city has taken major risks by transforming one of its fundamental heritage bylaws to accommodate one person. We are in a new era of higher inflation and possibly higher rising interest rates around the corner, so time is of the essence for Mr. Fari. An inexperienced developer could handcuff the city for years and will leave it with little to no bargaining power. Moreover, construction for a complex project of this size will likely be 4 to 6 years due to unforeseen circumstances like broken water mains, structural deficiencies, protests, and traffic jams. The city is also taking a major financing risk here. Will Fari step up for cost overruns to complete the project if things don't go as planned? What assurance does the city have other than his word? Lenders take first charge on all assets and are first in line to get paid.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. What free unencumbered assets does Mr. Fari have that have not already been leveraged with debt? For a project of this nature, especially for a new developer without a proven track record, most major lenders would require that the developer put in 50% equity as part of the financing plan. In conclusion, yes, London needs to build up and needs housing in its core for everyone. Yes, London needs a property tax revenue from these projects. But also, London also needs the right projects for the city at the right time and to maintain the city for its residents. Its resources can be better spent on projects with developers that are benefiting the needs of the community, not one single wealthy individual. Companies that employ and generate cash flow will change London, not companies that buy and hold assets and sell and trade heritage properties as a tax and financing mechanism for its overall business operation. This is fundamentally a tale of two cities, the City of London and the City of Fari. The question is, who will control
your time is up, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, your time's up. Thank you very much for coming today. Who is next?
Marvin Simner.
Mr. Sidner? Mr. Sidner?
Sorry, I just turned the microphone on.
All right, you have 5 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
I was absent during the beginning part of the discussion here, but I just wanted to share with you one thing. I'm talking on behalf of the London and Middlesex Historical Society. Our concern here has to do with the fact that Harris Park is listed as a designated Part 5 downtown Conservation Heritage District, as is the case with Victoria Park. This designation was adopted by the Municipal Council in 2012 and fell under the Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act of 2013, which means that Harris Park is considered to be as central to London's history as much of the heritage site as Victoria Park. Therefore, we believe that Harris Park deserves the same degree of consideration as has been granted to Victoria Park. Although today both parks are used for a variety of purposes that benefit London citizens throughout much of the year, City Council recently drafted recommendations to limit the height of all future buildings to be erected adjacent to Victoria Park in order to maintain the ambience of this park. In keeping with these recommendations, we believe that similar thought needs to be given by the council to the height of the proposed residential tower, which could also negatively impact the ambience of Heritage Park. While we do not wish to discourage the corporation from constructing a tower on this site, any means that can be enacted to reduce the height of this tower by 10 to 15 stories would be very much appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker,
Kelly McKeaton.
Ms. McKeating.
I trust you can hear me.
I can hear you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. And I know I'm on the clock. Hello, my name is Kelly McKeating, and I'm speaking on behalf of ACO London. What we're asking you today is for the city to follow its own rules. The staff recommendation in front of you is to interpret the 1989 official plan and the London plan in a way that differs from how they're written in order to justify approval of the requested official plan and zoning amendments. We're asking you not to do that, but to respect and uphold the spirit and intent of those plans. Give serious consideration to paragraph 802.5 of the London plan, which provides for the zoning bylaw to include regulations to ensure that the intensity of development is appropriate for individual sites. We believe that the current zoning for the property, no building taller than the current buildings, should be given considerable weight. This is a National Historic Site and arguably the most important historic streetscape in London. By the 1960s, Bankers Row, London's first financial district in the 1840s, had become decrepit and run down. The plan was to demolish the block, partly to make way for a widening of Queen's Ave and partly to get rid of an eyesore. Concerned members of the University Women's Club saw things differently and took steps to prove the buildings were important. Under the leadership of President Jake Moore, Labatt Brewery purchased and restored the 3 buildings and built a modern 4-story addition to the rear and down the hill, remaining sensitive to the historic streetscape as they adapted the property to house their head office. From the citizen activism to save the Rideout Street complex, ACO London was born. From that restoration, the principle of adaptive reuse of historic buildings was introduced to London. Since 1970, the Rideout Street complex has been in continuous use by organizations large and small, and the historic streetscape has been retained until now. The PEC should consider paragraph 803.6 of the London Plan that recognizes the primacy of Ontario Heritage Act, HCD, and National Historic Site protections. The London Plan requires continuity and harmony with adjacent uses that are of architectural or historical significance. The sheer size of this contemplated development makes harmony impossible. We have no quibbles with the design or height of the proposed tower. Our concern is with its location. A 40-story building on this site, so close to 451 Rideout that they would actually share a wall, fails to meet the requirements of the downtown HCD plan. To remind you, new and renovated buildings must ensure the conservation of character-defining elements of the buildings it neighbors, be physically and visually compatible with the historic place, respect the significant design features and horizontal rhythm of adjacent buildings, and be designed to be sympathetic to the district heritage attributes. You should also seriously consider that a 2015 OMB ruling set an important precedent for Ontario. It ruled that a 32-story building could not be constructed adjacent to a designated property. The OMB determined that respectful separation distance was critical to conserving the heritage attributes of the neighboring designated property. Given the reasons for designation and the character-defining features of the Rideout Street complex and Eldon House, we expect that LPAT or the courts might take a similar view here. Our members are also concerned about the impact this project would have on Harris Park and Eldon House and on the city's river-focused strategic
We have
plan.
1 minute remaining.
Okay. To encourage public access to and use of the historic forks of the Thames. A vote for these amendments today means you're undoing decades of broad-based efforts to retain the forks as a centerpiece for Londoners when other locations for increased density exist. You should also be concerned with the foreseeable issues that future councils will have to deal with if this application proceeds. Puts a large building next to a floodplain on land that may well be in a floodplain in the future. There's no underground parking being proposed. The 4 levels of in-ground indoor parking would all be above ground where the existing rear addition currently stands. You must turn down this application based on all of the safeguards enshrined in the official plan, zoning bylaw, and HCD plan, based on the demonstrated desire of the public as expressed in the numerous letters you've received, and based on the premise that this building should be built in a different location. And we thank you for considering these points.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Maggie Whaley.
Ms. Whaley?
Yeah, hello. Hello, can you hear me?
I can. You can go ahead as soon as you wish.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm Maggie Whaley from North Centre Road, and I feel many objections to this proposal. I have so many, I don't know where to start, but I'll try. Bring it down to a few points. It's already been pointed out to you that on historical grounds, this site is basically the centerpiece of London's historical heart. The heritage impact statement that I read for this proposal was completely inadequate in recording this, and represents basically ignoring or disregarding the importance of this site. We know, and we've been told tonight, there are at least 2 designations on this site, and it is a National Historic Site. All of these documents speak of any new development as having to respect character, and they cite streetscapes and viewscapes as being as significant as the structures themselves. This development would diminish and trivialize these buildings, reducing them to an unimportant footnote, I think, as well as distorting and obstructing views. Bankers Row can be seen from a distance and is highly visible and has a completeness all of its own. Talking about context now, this is, as I said, a part of an extremely important historical scene, harking back to the very beginnings of our city. Can't get more important than that. This striped tower would be out of place, incongruous, and rather ridiculous on this site. The wall of glass and metal and plastic would loom over Eldon House Garden, casting it all into shade and destroying the special sense of place of that locale. This large building would cut off views of the river and also help to destroy any connectiveness with the river for London, which so many people have wished for and planned for so long. So to get into the site, as we know, it's right on the floodplain, they had to go 40 stories because they had such a small footprint, and that is totally unacceptable. I hope you've all seen the photos that I've been seeing recently of the many floodwaters that have inundated this site. And as far as I know, no one else is allowed to build on the floodplain. From a public and a community perspective, don't forget that it's not just us history buffs or heritage activists who have an interest in this. Every comment that I've seen on social media in the last few weeks has been in opposition to this development. And that's a very unusual statistic, I think. I'm sure you are aware. That very rarely happens. And this is also true of everyone that I've spoken to. The word ridiculous was often used. This is our city, our view, our river. From a design point of view, I wonder why we run after density at all costs. This 40-story tower would become the highest in London. Why in this place? It looms over and dwarfs heritage buildings. It blocks views. I'm sorry, but black and white stripes do not mitigate any of this obtrusiveness. It's, I think, ill-conceived, incongruous, and too tall, far too close to heritage buildings. Density, yes, I'm totally in favor of that, but don't abandon all other principles in that desire. Good planning, suitability of site, and even design and aesthetics.
1 minute left.
Okay, I'm almost done, and don't let a development like this harm our history, ours, which should be a source of pride to a mature city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Susan Bentley.
Ms. Bentley? Ms. Bentley?
Ms. Bentley, we've asked you to unmute. If you could unmute your audio, please.
Hey, hello?
Yes, we now are hearing you, and you can start anytime you wish.
I'm sorry, I'm maybe a heritage enthusiast, but I'm also a dinosaur, especially when it comes to technology. I've got a written presentation, but I think I want to just forget it and say, in the interest of brevity, that I just would like to echo and repeat what Ms. McKeating and Ms. Wally have said. And I think the letter that the ACO sent you was superb and extremely detailed. But I just want to add a few things. It is my fervent hope that this rezoning application is denied and that the current height and setback allowances be maintained by Planning Committee. Were the worst case scenario to happen and council does agree to this application, I would also hope that a very stringent set of design guidelines be attached to any consent. The height needs to be significantly lower, for example, and the building's overall mass decreased. Members of the Latch should be part of the guidelines team so that the heritage attributes of the Rideout buildings and Eldon House are taken into account and respected in the use of materials and the overall design. The current design, and we know that this can be subject to change, doesn't really reflect the surrounding context, with all due respect to Mr. Tillman. He said it was dramatic, and I know he's very proud of it, and it's certainly extremely dramatic. Just not quite sure, as others have said, that it's in the right place. The downtown HCD plan states that the city should influence the renovation or construction of modern era buildings so that it is done with regard to the district and complementary to the character and streetscape. I would dearly love to see Mr. Fari develop the Wright Lithography building into condos and the Elsie Perrin Williams Memorial Library on Queens Avenue undergo its projected transformation into the underpinnings of a high-rise development. When there are opportunities for intensification throughout the downtown that do not destroy historic views and natural landscape, why is development not directed to them? Please listen to the many voices from Londoners who are stating their objections and deny this application. Unlike Macbeth, I do not believe that he will be cursed who states, hold, enough. And I'm afraid I have a question. I only recently became aware of this application to build anything on this site, thanks to the ACO. And it seems that the proposal has already moved quite far along in the approvals process. My question is, if these exceptions to the zoning bylaw are not allowed, will the building be constructed anyway? Can a committee member or staff person inform us, please?
I will make sure that happens.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention and thank you for allowing us to speak.
Thank you very much. Next speaker,
Nancy Toski.
Ms. Toski.
Hello, am I unmuted?
Nope, we can hear you.
Okay, that's good. My comments too echo some that have already been made, and I will therefore try to be very brief. I'm looking at things from a slightly different point of view, thinking that this rezoning application is in fact involves the major decision to be made with this site. And given that, it seems to me that there should be a lot more information that one usually finds in a site plan proposal. For example, Heritage Planner's report talking about the historical importance of the buildings here. Secondly, some substantial mention of the relationship between the river and these sites. This has been touched on by other people, but I think a little elaboration is appropriate here. Governor Simcoe seized on this site for his new town on maps, even before arriving in Canada, because of the convergence of the river and the need for river transportation. This was his new London on his new Thames for his new Britain. And his wife chose the site where Eldon House was eventually built as the site for her new home. Just one moment. I have to hang up. Bye. I'm sorry about that. And increasingly from the late 19th century on, the site has been one for public enjoyment with its baseball diamond, boathouses, Sulphur Spring, picnic grounds, horse races, trails, and increasingly festivals of various sorts. And from the time of those first I'm so sorry. Sit on it. From the time of those first forms of entertainment, when people were having the first horse races below the courthouse, people have been able to look up at these early buildings and be aware of the relationship between the river and the entertainment and London's origins. The third thing that's missing here is the well thought out report from Latch. I don't understand why council hasn't been able to look at those comments when making their consideration about this, when making their decision about this proposal. And finally, or not finally, I'm sorry, there should have been more, I think, on the effect that this will have on Eldon House and one's experience of the Eldon House grounds and the views from Eldon House, which were so important in its original siting. I don't understand why some consideration hasn't been given to the rationale for the previous zoning that we're now proposing to get rid of. It was attempting to unify this idea of heritage with the idea of the river. And I think that's a very important concept in the uses that have been made of the site. And finally, I'm wondering why heritage considerations weren't an important, or why
Just 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I'm wondering why people representing heritage considerations weren't involved in those original considerations back around 2012. This has been going on all this time, and still, it seems now the council is being asked to make a decision on the rezoning for this massive property without really hearing a complete account of the other side of the picture. I don't think this is fair to council. I don't think it's fair to the citizens of London. And I agree with Maggie Wally in thinking that intensification has an important place in London, but that doesn't mean in all places. To misquote the Ovid's idea about love conquering all, intensification should not.
You've now hit 5 minutes.
And
Could
I'm
you just
done.
wrap up? Okay,
Yep, I'm
great.
done.
Thank you very much.
That's not.
The next speaker,
Anna Maria Velastro.
Ms. Velastro.
Hi, I'm here to read a letter from my neighbor who couldn't be here tonight. Dear councilors and Mayor Holder, I was both saddened and horrified to learn that Mr. Fari is attempting to build a 40-story building along the Thames River. The building will radically impact the look and feel of the entire neighborhood from all directions, affect the wildlife, change the peacefulness of a walk along the river, as well as impact concerts and other events in Harris Park. It will ruin London for generations to come. I'm not opposed to big buildings, but it is imperative the impact of a building be measured against the harm to those that live in it and regularly use the area, as well as how well the building fits with its surroundings. I am currently a victim of what I consider an unnecessary large building on Richmond Street near Dufferin. Since I moved to John Street over a year ago, the view from my kitchen has radically changed from sky, trees, and a few rooftops to a monolithic apartment building. I also see the building every time I walk down Richmond Street. It is jolting to the senses as it does not fit the historic neighborhood at all. The same will be true of Mr. Fari's proposed building, as it will dwarf everything around it. I lived in the Blackfriars neighborhood for 28 years, and like many Londoners, regularly walked along the river, crossed over the Dundas Street Bridge en route to the market and the rest of downtown. Sadly, I can easily imagine how horrible it would be to take that same walk and have a mammoth 40-story building blocking the view and destroying the ambience of a historic neighborhood. It is truly heartless. It is a truly heartless move to approve this proposal. As well, Mr. Farr and other builders in London know, it is likely the approval of one 40-story building on the river will set the precedent for more of the same in the future. Please stop the carnage while you can. And this is by Jill Jacobson at 189 John Street, London. And I just want to add one quick note. The birds from the river, the building can't be bird friendly from the river side because the birds need space to get the height they need to clear the building. I just want to make that note because it was raised by the planner, but you can't say things like that unless you can't say you're making a building bird friendly unless you understand where it is and how the birds take flight. So I know a little bit about that, so I just wanted to counter that. And that's everything. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Patricia Morley Forster.
Ms. Morley Forster. Ms. Morley Forster.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, and you can start anytime you like. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair and councillors. The other speakers have spoken very eloquently and thoughtfully about the potential negative impact of this very, very high tower. I just wanted to give a slightly personal view. My husband and I, through the pandemic and also with friends, have visited Harris Park, visited the waterfront much more than in the past. And we have really been struck by the beauty of this area. We now understand that the Back to the River projects are trying to promote this green space and take advantage of the waterfront. And I just think that this is a very retrograde step in that it would reduce access from the downtown to the waterfront rather than, as Mr. Tillman suggested, would link the downtown to the waterfront. It would be the exact opposite. We are not opposed to densification of the core, and we are considering moving downtown, but certainly not into this size of building. When I think of heritage, when I think of tourist draws and draws to locals, you think of the Stratford waterfront, the Goderich, St. Thomas, all of those places have used heritage to their advantage to make the streetscape pedestrian friendly and draw people down there to relax. And this tower does the exact opposite, both I won't say destroying heritage, but it may possibly ultimately damage both Eldon House and the Labatt's buildings. We just don't know with the foundation of a 40-story building. So that is a concern, but the visual streetscape will be destroyed, and the green spaces will be also destroyed in ways that we don't even understand, as the previous speaker mentioned about the bird pathways, and the floodplain is a concern to myself and my husband. So that's all I have to say. I know that the ACO wrote a very detailed report, and I don't think all of the questions that were raised in that have been addressed tonight. We only heard of this on Saturday through the London Free Press article, and I assume that many, many Londoners have also just heard of this really in the last 24 hours. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Susan Brodman.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And you, whenever you want to start, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for letting me speak today, and thank you to all the compelling speakers that have gone before me. When I read Saturday's story in the Free Press about Mr. Farr's proposal for his property near the Forks, I was really shocked. I posted the information on Facebook, spoke to family and friends, and then I canvassed my neighborhood. I live in Oak Ridge. I got the same reaction. Most people hadn't even heard of Farr's proposal to erect a skyscraper at the Forks of the Thames, right in the center of London's small but highly valued historical area. They were angry and saddened that this might happen without proper public debate or information sessions in the middle of a COVID lockdown. So my question to the councillors is, do you really feel due diligence has been given to inform the residents of London about this extremely important decision that has the potential to shape the entire downtown core immeasurably? Mr. Farry, as you know, owns a large number of buildings in the downtown core, many of which are sitting empty and have been for some time. So he has many locations to choose from to build his flagship skyscraper. The old Free Press building sitting empty would sustain a 40-foot story-high skyscraper without presenting many of the foreseeable concerns that may also rise up with this current location choice if construction were allowed. And some of the concerns that I received from my neighbors were the floodplain. Well, we were all kind of under the impression that the parking would have to be above ground because this was on the floodplain. The traffic flow through the Forks area, which is already slow during non-COVID rush hours, and that can really, you can sit there for quite a while when you're heading down to Warncliffe, would be further hampered during and after construction with people pulling in for parking into this unit. A 40-story skyscraper would block the southern light falling on the Eldon House and its gardens and change the peaceful surrounding of this block immeasurably. London has managed to save 3 of the 5 historical buildings in Bankers Row. But what guarantees, if any, can Mr. Farry and his company provide that those buildings will remain intact and not be structurally damaged? There's been a fire in one of those buildings already on September 24th, 2018. And security, I walked around those buildings the other day with a friend. Security is definitely seems to be very limited. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of homeless people living at the base of it. What environmental impact studies have been done in relation to the effect of construction and usage in the area outside the planning department? In conclusion, I know Londoners care about this city, and I remember over 2,000 people who circled the Talbot Street block to protest the demolition of the Talbot Street Inn. That demolition started at 7:30 in the morning on a Sunday morning while most Londoners were sleeping. That was a gut punch. Please don't blindside us again. Please postpone this vote until after the lockdown and after Londoners have been fully informed on this crucial decision to the downtown. To allow this project to go forward during a lockdown and a pandemic is unconscionable. Most Londoners have been restricted to their homes and their neighborhoods. And if you drove down Dundas Street today from the west to the east, you would see a core that is presently being used essentially by non-taxpayers. Is this an appropriate time to vote on this proposal? Please take time to inform the people of London.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Those are the, as I understand it, the public speakers today. So I'll need a motion to close the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lewis. I will need a seconder. Councillor Hillier. All those in favor? Oh, I shouldn't say that. We'll do it on the screen.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. There was a lot of rhetorical questions, and I understand that. Just to staff, the question was asked specifically about if the exceptions are not allowed, I guess, from the zoning. Will the building still be built? That's one. And then there was a general concern, it seemed, from people about the way this came to committee and the speed that it came to committee, and if maybe you can comment if there's anything different about the process from that point of view. I would just ask staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the current zoning for the portion of the site proposed for development is a downtown area 2 zone with special provisions and density permissions up to 350 units per hectare. The current zoning does permit a broad range of uses, including apartment buildings. However, the permitted uses are only permitted within the existing buildings, and the permitted height is as existing on the date of the passing of the bylaw. As for the process, the application underwent the standard public process. It was deemed complete in December of 2019, and the statutory review period of 120 days actually lapsed in March of 2020. The city staff advertised and gave notice in accordance with the statutory requirements of the Planning Act, and so this underwent the standard public process.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to the committee for perhaps questions first. All right, there's no questions. So do we have any, I'll leave it to the committee. Somebody prepared, want to make comments? Somebody want to bring a motion? Where are we with this? Councillor Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I don't see anyone else quite looking to jump in, so I will. I'm going to put the staff recommendation on the floor. We'll see if we have a seconder, and then I'll offer my comment.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder for the staff recommendation? Councillor Lehman. All right, it is now on the floor, and I'm happy to go back to you, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be brief, or as brief as I can be on this. The reality is, first of all, this has a staff recommendation. There's no Upper Thames River Conservation Authority objection. There's been an extensive process gone through with the Upper Thames, so that is in place. Heritage buildings are not being removed. Yes, I understand that this is going to be a tall building for people, and that change that way can be hard. But at the same time, you know, I also heard some comments about build it somewhere else. Well, that's, you know, respectfully not the way development occurs. Developers may own various pieces of property, and they build a plan based on the piece of property that they're looking to develop. So for me, you know, this has been over 10 years in development. It is a piece of the downtown that's going to intensify residential. And if there is one thing that we can do to really effectively bring back our downtown and the vibrancy that it used to have, it is about having people live downtown. whether that's from a safety perspective, whether that's from attracting businesses to fill some of those vacant storefronts. It's about having people who live downtown. And this is going to create a lot of new residential units. So I'm going to be supportive of this. You know, I've read the staff report. I've read the objections. You know, a lot of them, you know, were honestly, and I don't mean this with any disrespect, but they were form letters that said, well, I basically, I don't like the view. It's going to dominate the view. Well, we want to grow in and up in our downtown. And for me, this is one of those things that there's no grounds for us to object to this application that I can see, having read through the staff report. So I'm going to support it. I'll stop there and see what other colleagues have to say. But to me, this is one that it's time that we move ahead after 10 years of development on this.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, Chair. You know, this is a very challenging one that's before us. You know, London's plan, the London plan's main intent, from what I see, is intensification and high density development, particularly in the core. The challenge when we do that is when we come up against heritage properties. And in the core, quite frankly, it's challenging to develop without that being close to heritage properties in this area. You know, the positive of this development is that this is going to allow much needed residential occupancy so near to Dundas Street. Dundas Street, as we all know, is facing challenges. But the success of Dundas Street, I believe, is critical to our core. We have invested over a couple of councils a lot of money and effort to revitalize this area of our city. And I believe we were getting there. I think the Flex Street was a terrific idea. We've seen Fanshawe move down there. And you know, the other anchor of that street is Budweiser Gardens. I mean, it's I remember when that was being debated, and the concern about from the of heritage, the effect on heritage at that time was immense and well placed. It was a dramatic change to our city. So I see we have the same you know, types of weighing in the balance before us today. What I see and what I read in the staff report is that the Urban Design Peer Review Panel supports this, which is critical because this will be a dominant building on our skyline. I see the Upper Thames Conservation Authority supports this, which is also critical because it is so close to floodplain. Also gives me confidence is the architect involved here. This architect has done great things in the City of London and elsewhere. And I've the utmost confidence in this firm that they will guide this process. So the end project will be something that we all can be proud of. I understand what people are saying, and I don't disregard what I've heard tonight or the letters that have come in. And it weighs heavily on my mind. At the end of the day, you know, I believe that the heritage properties will be protected. Yes, they will be close to a new development. I found it interesting to learn tonight that when Labatt assumed the 3 buildings, they added a modern structure close to those 3 buildings as well. Yeah, I think when you're faced in a city that is growing and is moving into the next century, we do have to do the dance with heritage and not disregard one for the other, but somehow make both of them work together. In my opinion, I think this has been done in this case. And finally, you know, I see the staff has supported it. In my experience, staff does not go at these things lightly. They work with all interests to make sure what their report is to the best of their knowledge and expertise, is substantial. And I use what they say. I take it with great importance. So that is why I have seconded this motion tonight.
Thank you. Any other comments? There being none. Oh, Councillor Cassidy wants to speak. Yeah, the committee's. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I was trying to navigate all my buttons. I just have a quick question through you to staff. There's a part in the staff recommendation that talks about the affordable housing part. To me, it sounds like they're proposing a kind of a swap. So not necessarily doing affordable housing at this site in this proposed building. I wonder if I could get some clarification, if staff could explain that a little bit better to me.
Not a problem. Go ahead, Seth.
Mr. Chair, it's Michael Tomazinski here. And in fact, this type of recommendation is not new. We've introduced this in a few bonus zones, of course, in concert with our friends from the Housing Development Corporation. And the reason for that is you can get an opportunity to get affordable housing right now in an existing building, rather than wait for a construction period of 2 years before an affordable housing unit is actually made available. And so again, it's not new, but it's something that we've utilized elsewhere, and now it's something we could utilize here as well.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. So I just want to say as well to the people that came out, that wrote to us, that spoke, thank you for coming, and thank you for providing your comments. I agree with Councillor Lehman. It is sometimes a very difficult thing to find that balance between heritage and new development. I still have not made up my mind on this, so I'm glad I'm not on this committee, and I have another little bit of time to really make up my mind. And I know that there will be a lot of debate on this proposal at the city council meeting. So I'm looking forward to hearing that wider debate as well.
Thank you. Any other comments at this point in time? Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was hoping to hear more from the rest of the committee members, but I'll proceed, and I am going to give you notice. I will not be brief as well. I want to thank the public for coming out, and I also apologize for not reading all the emails that I have received, and we have received a lot of emails from the public. So that tells me that this is of great public interest to all of Londoners. I've heard comments here that this development has been in the process of over 10 years. I would like, I think as we continue this conversation and as this goes to council, like Councillor Cassidy said, there's going to be a lot of due diligence that I'm going to have to take to make sure I understand this application when it does come to council. I do want to make a comment about Upper Thames Conservation Authority approving this application. I think if you reread the recommendations coming out of UTRCA, this section 28, there's a number of conditions that are attached to section 28. It's not automatically approved. And the importance around the naturalization of this area is really important to understand that part of it, that has to happen. And with this development that is taking place, what happens when this is developed upstream and downstream, there are going to be impacts, and there's going to be a need for a continuous analysis and detail that needs to still be done with this section 28 that the applicant is going to need to proceed with this development. So it's not an easy, UTRCA supports it. There's a lot of conditions that go with that. I do want to, through you, Mr. Chair, ask a question to staff about the other part of the negotiations that Upper Thames has had with the applicant. In fact, there have been 3 meetings with the building being built on a floodplain and the parking facility, and the importance of all these other plans that are going on in the area, like the Back to the River EA, the Thames Valley Corridor, and the Parks Master Plan. So through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, I would like to hear a little bit more about how this development is going to relate to the river and to our park system. And we've heard a lot from the community here about the importance of that relationship to the river.
Go ahead,
That's
staff.
a question to staff.
Yep, go ahead, staff.
Mr. Chair, Michael Tomazinski here. I do want to point out that Stephanie Pratt from the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority is on this call. I know the councillor asked for some park staff to be in attendance here tonight, and unfortunately I wasn't able to get that request out for them in a timely fashion, so they are not here tonight. I'm not sure I can answer with any detail, but perhaps we can get more information before council. I will say though that through the review of this application, we have been speaking with our parks colleagues, and they are going to undertake some significant capital works in Harris Park. And so they will, through this process and this rezoning application, they're able to work with the applicant, if approved, to provide a complementary design, including things like a stairway from Rideout Street, like a grand stairway from Rideout Street down to the park, as well as utilize some of the new lands that will be dedicated to the city for this development for park purposes.
Thank you for that, Mr. Tomazinski. I look forward to continuing the conversation with City Park staff on that. It is noted in the recommendation that further information is going to be needed before we can even proceed. And my question was going to be around how and when is this going to be accomplished. I think there's fundamental considerations that we have to give to this application, not just heritage, not just our policies, but there's a lot of questions. So I'd like to make my comments now to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you've now been going for 5 minutes. So
well, I'd like to ask for an extension.
Exactly. Why don't you?
Members will support an extension for me to make these comments.
Okay, why don't you just? The councillor is asking for an extension. Somebody prepared to move that. Councillor Hillier, seconder for an extension. Councillor Lewis. Do we need to do it on the screen or can we just vote by hand? All right, all those in favor? Go ahead, councillor.
Thank you. So one of the, my comments, so one of the things I do completely agree with the recommendation coming forward, that this is an underutilized area. We're going to see some form of development. It's an important area. It's an important part to our downtown. And I support that. I do think that we've heard loud and clear some of the concerns coming not only from Latch, but ACO, from Eldon House, from the public. The proposal to me is premature. Can we probably still have that conversation? It's been going on for a long time, but I also understand that if a decision is not made, that the applicant will probably go to LPAT on this one. So I do think it is really important that as we consider this application, that we take into account what course we are going in with the development of downtown and how we become a livable city. I am not convinced that this is the application. With all the surface parking that is available in downtown, to have the highest building developed on a floodplain and in a heritage district, to me, makes me question. There was a comment from the public. We have a Victoria Park secondary plan and how we plan around Victoria Park. Harris Park is just as important. And given the challenges with this development, I think we still have a lot to discuss and a lot to consider. So with that, I've got a lot more work, a lot more reading to do when it comes to all the emails that we've received from the public. I know this will be a conversation at council, always open to being convinced that I've got it wrong somehow, but for now, I am not supportive of this application.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And I'll pass the chair over to you and I'll make my comments.
Thank you. I do have the chair, Councillor Squire.
Thank you very much. I've listened very carefully to everything that's been said. I've also listened very carefully to what staff is saying and the various policies that are involved. I've listened to the concerns certainly with regard to the floodplain, which I agree, there's a lot of conditions that are left to be satisfied to meet that. But of course, the applicant will have to meet those requirements or they won't be able to develop the property. These are all preconditions. So to say that UTCRA has approved it, you're quite right. It hasn't approved it yet, but it has approved it subject to the satisfaction of all of those conditions. So that's obviously true. But the application at some point has to go ahead. I don't think we can just say, well, I'm not sure, so I'm not going to do anything. I think what we really have to do is look at it from an objective point of view. And I'm trying very hard to do that while also understanding the concerns of the heritage community. Often we get these applications and they involve the demolition of heritage properties. I don't think anybody's touched on the fact that this proposal is very unique in that somebody's doing a major development and not in any way saying they're going to destroy these properties. And at present, due to what we're facing downtown, these are massively underutilized properties. We heard people talk about one of them had a fire. Another one had people living in it off the street. So what we know now, there's this dichotomy between us saying, you know, we want downtown to get better. We want it to improve. We know doing that means bringing more development downtown and residential development, and yet we still say this just doesn't satisfy what we want in terms of the development. It's being developed on a private piece of property. Some land is being swapped to the city. It is adjacent to Harris Park, that's true. But I understand also that this matter has been supported by staff and has met many of those requirements. I also understand the view is going to be changed and it will never be the same. I understand that. But the challenge I have with that is, do we stay the same? Does everything stay as it is? Now, people have to know that we can't tell this developer, do not develop here, you must develop someone else. We can't do that. We can't tell a developer, you must build here and you cannot build here. So that is not on the table. What is on the table is this particular development at this particular time. It meets the requirements, as far as I can see it, of all of our plans, our official plan, our London plan. Is it the decision we wanted to have to make today? Did we want to have to make this decision as councillors? Probably not. Probably not. But the fact that it's a tough decision doesn't mean I'm going to turn my back on the staff recommendation and all of those regulations. And I also want to make it clear that it is a tough decision for councillors. This is not an easy decision for us. But like so many decisions, we're being called to make it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to support this today with an open mind going to council, which I've done recently on a lot of planning decisions, more than I used to in the past, and see what happens at council in terms of changing my mind. But for now, my vote's going to be a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Squire. I can only see Councillor Lehman and Councillor Cassidy. So I'll turn the chair back to you, and I do have Councillor Cassidy next.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And I guess the chair is back with the chair. So thanks to the chair as well for those comments. I did appreciate those comments. There was a question I wanted to ask and I forgot. And it's the exact same question I asked, I don't know how many years ago, not too long, when there was a development proposal for around Victoria Park. And what I asked was, why was staff not developing or thinking of developing a secondary plan around Victoria Park? The answer I got back then was that there were a lot of different policies that pertain to the park. So at that time, a secondary plan wasn't felt necessary. It wasn't much longer after that that the secondary plan did start to be developed. So same question here. Is there a thought, since this really is an important piece of real estate, and I'm not looking, this is just being brought to the front of my mind because of this development, and it's not having a bearing on this particular proposal, but is there a thought that we might develop a secondary plan around Harris Park? Because these kinds of sites, it's important to have a plan for development.
Okay. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Michael Thomas Insa here. Perhaps I'll start and maybe some of my colleagues can join in. Right now, there's nothing on the docket for Harris Park secondary plan. I think what made Victoria Park a little bit unique was that all four sides of the park had an absolute different policy framework. And then there was nothing comprehensive that would tie the development around the park, something that would tie it all together. The Harris Park right now is surrounded by downtown on one side and Blackfriars on the other side. And so Blackfriars is largely a floodplain in a heritage conservation district. And then downtown has policies that talk about intensification and also an HCD. So I'm not sure the same context applies, but I hope that at least provides a little bit of context.
Thank you. Councillor?
No, that's fine. But I will say I told you so if it comes up in a year or two, because that's what I said when Victoria Park had a secondary plan being developed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You would never say I told you so, would you, Councillor? That was a rhetorical question, Councillor Casson. Any other comments on this? Before we, Councillor Van Holst, brave enough to weigh in. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say through you, Mr. Chair, that I'm pleased to see the development has both preservation and progress. So I think we'll be able to look at the old buildings and appreciate them for what they were, and in the same vista say, look how far we've come.
Thank you. Any other comments before I call the vote? All right, the staff recommendation is moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
And I just want to say again that staff and the issues that were raised were very well done. I also want to again commend the public who weighed in. I understand some people may be disappointed. This matter will come to council, and I think my colleagues who said there'll be a very lengthy debate at council are quite correct, and we'll see what happens then. So thank you again, everyone, for attending. The next matter that we have is the fifth report of the London, this is under items for direction, fifth report of London Advisory Committee on Heritage. The matters that related to the particular developments have been removed. So I just need someone to move and second that report. Moving. Seconded by Councillor Lehman. Comments? Councillor Hopkins, did you wish to comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. I just want to just make a comment about that we're endorsing the nomination of the Labatt Memorial Park as a National Historical Site of Canada.
Absolutely. Best ballpark in Canada, I have to say. Any other comments or questions? And I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And the next matter, report of the Advisory Committee on the Environment. Is somebody prepared to move and second that? Moved by Councillor Hopkins. I can always count on you, Councillor Hopkins, when no one else will move. Seconded by Councillor Hillier. Any comments or questions? Then I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And an additional business, the item 5.1 is the deferred matters list. Is someone prepared to move and second that? Moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Any comments or questions? Then I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And the final matter is item 5.2, which is the fourth report of the Trees and Forests Advisory Committee. I just need someone to move, receipt, and file. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Any comments or questions? Then I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote.
I just need someone to move and second adjournment. Moved by Councillor, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Councillor Morgan is in attendance with one of his favorite constituents. Don't know if they voted for him. And unless there's anything further, I'll call the vote. We'll do it by hand. All right, we're adjourned. I just want to apologize again for my weak start to the meeting. I hope I did better as we went along. I have no idea what's going on. I think if the mayor's not here, I do much better. So maybe we can work on that. Have a great evening. Thanks very much for all the work you did. That's a very efficient meeting to get that done by about 20 to 9. Have a great night.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.